Okay, folks, good morning. See if we can get this thing to behave. I can't type sitting down anymore. I'll fuck up my neck. Oh, that's too much of an angle. Too much of an angle of attack. All right. Yeah, just typing up like this at this angle, I'd be like, man, why the hell is my neck hurt? I'm not healthy enough to do that and spend time on my phone. All right. So last night we did a short painting session online. We did a fair amount of painting. We just did some of it offline. And that's good because I needed to knock this stuff out. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. So let's clean this area up a little bit. Got some Jap colors out here. Pigeon coop. We got other stuff to work on if we got to wait on something to dry. We don't want to lose the momentum and Japanese tanks. They look like a melted asshole right now. They don't look very good. But had I not painted hundreds of vehicles, I would be concerned. Let me show you up close what these things look like. First of all, they're not good castings. Let me be clear about that. And they're shiny as hell. But that's the colors that were recommended from this Japanese paint set. Now, the other Hago that I have, which is complete other than weathering, is also a crappy casting. It's not the same casting. It's actually an even worse casting. I didn't have the Japanese colors yet. These were the Vallejo recommended color equivalencies. So and I like how this looks. So if I'm not happy with these colors, I'm going to use these. All right. So, oh, and it's Marcus. I thought it was, what's his face? See, both of you guys have this icon that's it's all flesh. It's all head. You and Jeffrey, I can't see worth a damn when I've got glasses on. They're what? They're progressives. I can't use I can't look up to do that. I'm like, I don't do that. I'm no good at it. We got lots of stuff to work on. But honestly, the thing I'm the most excited about, that I've been more excited about in a very long time, is this little bastard. So, yeah. I don't know what that means, but it looks likely that the other buildings are probably going to get pushed to the front of the queue. Once we get this off of here, we're probably going to do some buildings for it. That was awesome. That was... I can't believe how good that looks. I was amazed. The only thing about buildings and villages, I'll tell you this. If you look at a French village or you look at an Italian village, almost every damn building is made out of the same material. Almost painted almost exactly the same color. That's boring as hell. Now, I'm not saying it needs to look like... What's the name of that place on the coast of Italy? Not Tivoli. I haven't been there, so I've got no responsibility to know what the heck it looks like. But that place is right there on the shore, and that's just everything's a different color. Can't think of it right now. You'll know what it is. Everybody knows what that place is. Not Tivoli. I don't know. I got no responsibility to know there. I've never been there, so. But you can kind of play with it a little bit. Good morning, Mr. Waddy. Good morning, Mr. Waddy. Okay. So we've got Shermans Ahoy, 4 Shermans, which, by the way, I was reading my book. I was listening to my book. And I came across this line that went something along the lines of, we're on the way to Salerno, and they mandated that all the U.S. tanks needed to have a white circle put around them. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. This is a book that's written by a journalist, so, take that for what it's worth. Adding sensationalism where there's no sensationalism. But we need to wash these tanks. We couldn't do that last night because this paint is super, 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 super watery. So that is the bad thing about this paint, using it to hand paint. It's super watery, it's super thin, which means it takes a long time to dry. I'd like to try the third generation AK stuff, but nobody carries them. Because then you've got the sets, and you have them in color that is like Vallejo, in that it has that it's thick, and you cut it down with water. You just had a video pop up in your recommendations for Operation Ichigo. Is that the one where the Yamato was a death ride of the Yamato? It's funny that the Japanese were super aggressive with a lot of things, and then one of the times, it may not have worked out for them. One of the times that they could have been really aggressive and they weren't was when Kurita came down and dealt with Taffy 3 and sank one of the carriers, Gambier Bay and stuff, and didn't keep pushing forward to the transports. I think this is the one I used, something like that. To watch it closely, I have one batch of things ahead of my Japanese this summer, but I do have 2 Chiha tanks from Fujimi. He might lurk this morning. He may not want to know people he's watching, whatever that means. All right, so we're going to give this ugly ass thing a wash. I'm going to try to go not too heavy so that we can mess with these this morning. Now, it's missing a corner here, so I'm going to have to do some kind of netting or something like that on this thing. But this paint has been setting long enough that I shouldn't wash any of it off. Or I shouldn't wipe any of it off by doing this. Now, this wash is not very aggressive, unlike the second batch of Agrax Earthshade, which was very gummy, sticky, and pull the bottom paint off. Yeah, we need to kill these old bottles of this. I got a couple half-used bottles of Strong Tone. Frontline Wargaming is what this thing said it was. So I have a couple of their things, and I'm not really proud of them. But this also was something that I got for $1 each of these, so I think I'll get $1 worth out of enjoyment. Well, the thing is, like, man, Tony, you're really frugal. I said, well, now here's the thing. I got lots of things to work on. So if I go to a show and you want me to buy something that I don't need because I have plenty of things, you better make it worth my while. So it's kind of like, well, I don't really need this, but this opportunity is not going to present itself again. So let's jump on it. And that's really what it boils down to. If I don't pick up 3 Osprey books for $10, even though I don't need any of them, when am I ever going to find that deal again? Never. So, if you find yourself at the right place at the right time, do it. Now, it already is 10 times better looking than it was before. And we haven't even cleaned up the wash rate. It was not really anything to clean up. It's just to do a dry brush over. All right. Ben's writing me a dissertation. What we got here? Now, it's the Japanese in late 44 trying to connect up their fronts in China. Apparently their largest concentration of military power during the war. Wasn't that farmhouse? I think the front. I think the farmhouse was from Musket Miniatures. I remember it being. I could be wrong. The color of this looks like Frontline. This is what the Frontline stuff looked like unpainted. See, do we have something unpainted we could taunt? We could taunt Marcus with. Oh yeah, well this is unpainted. Oh, you're getting very pissed off. Man, it's got to be a rough life being a Japanese tank commander. First of all, you're doing everything in the turret, right? You're responsible for the tank. You're doing everything in the turret. It's cramped in there. It's so cramped you can't even commit suicide in there. And you get back to base, you know. Did they have like did they have like women that would follow, you know, to provide services for the Japanese back at their base? Hello. Hello, you want to do any kinky stuff now? No. Oh man. All right, we're gonna have fun with these guys. Oh my god, this looks so much better. And it looks like a hot mess, but I can just tell by doing enough of these things. Dirt and grime and whatever oil they used mixed with coconut powder or whatever, the environment kind of stuff. I take it the life is Tony's rule of FOMO. That's right. Good morning, my brother. No, it's the big farmhouse you did at the old house. The big, oh, back here. No, that's definitely Queen's. Ooh, is it? I'm pretty sure it's Queen's Hussars. I mean, I bought it a long time ago. I bought it in the 90s, for sure. Lordy, it's like no underwear. I didn't miss that one on there. You take it, the wife is out of town. Yeah, I could be a lot louder. No, I'd be the same. I'd be the same ridiculous person if my wife is here. It's too difficult to be. I know certain people that we're not going to mention who they are, and no, it's not Mitch. That when their wife is around, they act different, and I'm not one of those people. Sad to say for her. I act the same damn way. That voice was from one of Joy Coy's stand-ups, man. It was just freaking hilarious with the Japanese women voices. I don't know anything about Japanese women voices. I don't watch that kind of stuff. They don't turn me on or anything like that, you know. I don't watch the anime. I only watch anime stuff if you guys send it to me and the girls are blowing each other up in tanks with one-man turrets. The tanks were accurately drawn, or they were drawn nicely in a comic book way. So kudos to that. And if I'd never played World of Tanks, I would not have known that was an ARL 44. You know, it's some of these models like in a nutshell. it doesn't look that bad. It has a fair amount of detail. It's inconsistent, and sometimes it's just downright missing in places. Now, here's what I love about plastic models and hate about resin and 3D prints, although it's not much of a problem for 3D prints, certainly not Chad's, and white metal, especially white metal. I have no interest in adding little rings and stuff when it's brittle as hell to drill through this. I mean, you're basically like drilling through rock. And it's difficult to drill through. It's crumbly. You might cause more damage than you're trying to help, and it's just not worth it. Now, plastic, and some plastic more than others, is real pleasant to work with. Now, Chad's, you don't need to do it because, what are you going to add, Like, it's already got more detail than you're going to add to it. But, like, when I added those little rings and stuff to the Shermans, and I'll tell you what, that was addictive. I'm actually considering modifying the other Shermans and taking that stupid ridge off and putting rings on them. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I haven't sealed them yet, so. And I got to find out what this deal is with the second antenna on the turret. So the other thing I found out, I really need to write these notes down, but that seems like a lot of work. I was looking at this detail for the mantlet, the M34A mantlet, which is the mantlet that goes all the way across. It's more protective. This is the M34 mantlet. And you'll see this one on the early tanks, and you'll see them on a lot of the ones that they gave to the British. I guess they're like, here, have these and have fun getting killed. What? What are you talking about? That's not a very good ally. If you look at photographic evidence, you're going to see them on Commonwealth stuff. Canadians and stuff will have this mantlet a lot more often than the Americans will. The M34A1 mantlet, which is the longer one, that's the one you'll see more prominently in Normandy, and you'll see a lot of tanks. You'll see it frequently in Tunisia. You think, okay, Tunisian tanks would have this one, right? Like, these should make good Tunisian Shermans. Well, they've got the 3-piece transmission housing. They've got the early mantlet. However, you'll see a lot of pictures that claim to be in Tunisia, and they have the M34A mantlet. So I came across a reference that said the M34A1 mantlet, the improved mantlet, didn't start getting received at the front lines until April of 43. That means Kasserine should all be this. It shouldn't be the other kind. I've seen people they'll do a plastic model. Hey, here's a plastic model of Kasserine Pass. I saw one the other day. So you got yellow markings and you've got the new modern mantlet. Time out. That shouldn't be right, So, is it really that important? No, but, it is to me. I mean, I figure, we could decide, what it is that you want to do. I saw a diorama relatively recently that somebody had done of a T-34 that's supposed to be in 1941, and they used a hexagonal turret on it. The model 1942 one. And I'm like, I just kept my mouth shut. I'm like, that's way off, pal. So I just enjoy learning about this stuff. And if we pick up some realism along the way, Other thing, Japanese tanks, that yellow stripe. I watched a video by some German dude. I don't know how accurate it is. No, and it's not the German dude we all hear about. History, whatever, Reloaded or Dislocated or whatever his channel is. I'm not really a fan of watching. It doesn't matter. They fought you guys and you guys beat them. I'm not a really fan of watching videos narrated by a German person. They seem weird. There, I said it, just like, don't leave him around his children. Anyhow, I watched another one, and he claimed that the yellow stripe was only early in the war. So you'll never see, and Japanese, in his claims Japanese tanks weren't repainted. So you'll never see one of these with the yellow stripe on it. So I'm going to do this one without, and this one, I don't know yet. They produce these things all the way through the war, so. And then now the green is more in line. Now we're getting somewhere. The khaki looks a lot better. The only thing I don't like about it is the color difference between the red, brown, and the khaki is not very prominent. So we might have to tinker with that. So these guys are now in percolation mode. Military history visualized. Yeah, that guy's voice bothers me. Sorry, he's probably a nice guy. My voice is probably weird to him too. I probably sound like I shouldn't be around children. I shouldn't be around other people's children. Because I'd be like, your dad sucks to have raised you this way. What? Hey, don't talk to my kid that way. I mean, that's the kind of problem I would have around kids. Nothing else. Comfort women, mostly Korean. Still a source mistrust today. Lancer, yeah. Well, Lancer took over Queen's Hussars. So Lancer is the old Queen's Hussars, and it may have been something before that. But that anime, there's a gold Czech 38 and a pink M3 Lee. If you ever need to empty some bottles of this color. Oh, man. I have a yellow around here that I emptied accidentally. Like, whoa, won't come out. You're like, whoa, Nelly. I think it was this one, the flat yellow I want to go. Like, holy shit. I can't believe I didn't get it anywhere either. Or if the model club has a zany group build 1 month. Yeah, I'm not, the model club build is snow vehicles. Like, okay, this would be the perfect time to paint the Panzer III for Wintergewitter. But I'm like, no, fuck that. I'll bring one of these other guys in. You don't win anything anyways. So if I do that, all I'm doing is sidetracking myself from what I'm getting done. I'm like, nope. Yeah, even if I didn't have a soul, I'd grow one just so I could lose it when that happened. Yeah, I don't know if I could do. You could probably do the pink if you get to use that annoying. What's those sons of bitches that ran around in the desert? The RAF. No, the SAS. Well, that doesn't go on that. Here we go. The SAS Pink Panther thing. That pink's a little bit less flighty and a little bit more, harumph. Less flighty and more harumph. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I don't like the military history visualized guys. He's too no fun at parties, man. I enjoy people that are a little bit more. Like, I like Lindy Beige. I mean, I know he probably needs to be medicated and needs a date with a couple combs, but I really like listening to him. Man, you could really make a hell of a monster if you started combining some of these people you see online that do these videos that we watch. You know, you get his voice, Lindy Beige's hair, David Fletcher's mustache. You can start creating, like, creepy guy. Who's that crazy historian that I was watching with my dad one time and many years ago? Simon Shamma's hand movements, hand gestures. He's like trying to direct the entire universe while he's having a conversation about British historical figures. Dragon does kits for that anime too, and in 1/72nd. Drats, my 20mm World War II might actually get going. Dragon makes... They aren't those Meng things, right? That are like... The only way those Meng things are worse, the squash squat things. I've never liked those squash squat things. They bug me. When I was a kid, when I was a wee lad in the 70s, this airport had a gift store. And I should write this down because I actually think about this relatively frequently. And I misremember it all the time. But there was this line of die-cast vehicles that are made, I think, by Hallmark. The card company. I don't remember what they are. But I always wanted one of them. My dad's like, you can't get those because they look fucked up. He didn't say fucked up, but they're fucked up looking. And they made like a garbage truck and a minivan, and they're die-cast, but they like don't have any windows. They have like the windows painted on, and they're very much like Yellow Submarine looking, like the art on the Yellow Submarine, like, yeah, dude, like, cool, man, like that. That's what they look like. And I don't remember what the heck they are, but I'll find them right now. But I thought about them several years ago because I'm like, man, those would make a good car for Gaslands, and they were made by Hallmark. Somebody sent me something. Many people send me something. Okay. Oh, yeah. Dude, there's a lot of stuff. There is a lot of 3D print stuff for that. Yeah, so, I mean, I could totally see doing that. Once these are done, Jungle Outpost is fair game to do. And, Spit War Games, I love it. Oh, no. Why that vehicle? That's weird. Yeah, the Jungle Outpost is fair game. Yeah, that's a nice kit, but I don't know about those markings. That's a bit over the top. Now, I'm going to do what I did last time, I think. I painted in this. This is what the olive drab base is. And then I dry brushed with the Vallejo one because I'm going to waste a lot of paint using this trying to kill it. And it's kind of close. So now we do the Shermans. We're going to bring the Shermans all the way up to where they need to be. And by that time, hopefully the Jap tanks are done. It's weird saying Jap tanks. I usually call them nip tanks. Little nippers. Let's avoid a fiasco. What else do they make? They make any Japanese tanks, or they got a wearaboo fetish too? Everybody's got a wearaboo fetish. That's a good thing about going to the Pacific is you can't do any wearaboo stuff. Let me get some purple drink. I could use the same cup. Understand how luck works. I've come to realize that people don't understand how luck works. You know, that guy that one survivor from that India Airlines, I saw one of the comments the other day. It's like, that guy should buy a lottery ticket. No, that's the last guy who should buy a lottery ticket. He used all his luck up. I wonder how many people are stupid and they'll be like, I want to specifically request seat 11A from now on. I'm like, that could be like the worst seat ever. It just happened to be how it landed. Well, I don't know. That's not really a landing, but. Some inspiration for 20mm. Chris is back after his wife died. I'll have to check that out. I'm also probably going to get a couple of episodes, a couple of issues of War Games, Soldiers, and Strategy, dealing with the Pacific. I talked about this last night, but most of you weren't on for obvious reasons. In my shopping cart, in my Amazon shopping cart, I have several Pacific items. 4 or 5 of them. I haven't pulled the trigger on them. I don't want to do it until I get on my way because, you know, if I got that stuff like today, now I'm filming a video on it. I haven't even built any Pacific stuff, but I've got some palm trees and stuff, and I'm probably going to do a comparison video of it because it's returnable. So I'll be like, okay, get these, don't get these. These are no good. This bamboo's too tall, that kind of stuff. So. But what I didn't realize is bamboo, you get these bamboo stalks and they're like this tall. I'm like, that's actual scale. I'm like, really? Bamboo's that tall? I'm like, yeah, you can get bamboo. It's like 30, 40, maybe even taller than that, feet high. I'm like, wow. But if I do any bamboo, it's going to be like clusters, like you can't walk in there. You know, not like loose-ish bamboo, like clusters of bamboo. So it'd be almost like hills that you can't go in there. Not hills, but bluffs. You know, that you can't pass through there. They're impassable objects. Mr. Barnes, oh, everybody's here now. A 1/72nd Semovente. There's a vehicle nobody looks at and goes, man, that's a sexy beast. It's ugly looking. I didn't say it was a bad vehicle. It's just, you know, nobody's going to be dating a Semovente anytime soon. All right, this looks like a melted asshole. So let's get rid of this. This is what happens when I try to make a pizza. Hey, you make a mess. All right, we're just going to do olive drab all over. And this is why I don't do how to paint videos, because if I went and decided, okay, I'm not going to film online with you guys, I'm going to go make a video. It's going to take me all day or maybe 2 days, maybe even longer than that, to film it, to get it just right. And then I don't feel like it gets the viewership it should get. I'm disappointed. If nobody sees this that I'm doing right now, I don't care. I'm making progress. I'm hanging out with you guys. It's a good day. And I'm not doing this for the money or popularity. I'm doing this just so I can have some accompaniment. Certainly not doing this for the revenue. If I wanted revenue, I'd go buy a coffee shop in LA. Is there money in that? Hopefully, eventually there is. Sounds like you went through a lot of trouble. There's YouTube channel Miniature Dork Universe. I want to say I've clicked on some of his videos. I don't remember anything about him. The guy does some cool Pacific terrain. He also does some good rubble. Might replicate his method. How much of a dork is he? Whatever happened to the terrain tuto, man? Tuto. What happened to this terrain tuto? The terrain tutor. He was quitting his job to do that, and like it didn't work out for him. Or that guy's made some really good things. He's super animated. I like watching him, and I can understand every single thing he says. He's easy to understand. Mel. He went and cracked on with something else. He's the crack on guy. The dork guy's quite funny. Seeing terrain made is helpful. Well, you should have caught the miracle that I did with that building. Man, that was awesome. And that, man, if there's something, I don't have a wife that's against me, right? Like, I keep myself from getting things more than, she's never telling me, don't get this, don't buy the other thing. I'm like, I don't want to buy shit and not do anything with it. But if I could get her talking me into doing stuff, it's buildings. Because it's like real shit. Like, she can't like, oh, that Sherman doesn't look right, doesn't have the hand. You know, she doesn't talk like that, fortunately. But, you know, buildings, man, she can get behind that. You know, tanks would be like, what's your favorite tank? One of the green ones. Which one? They're all the same. No, they're not. Mental health issues. For me, I'm animated this morning. I'm good. I like it when I'm that way. The caffeine is working. You guys help. You know, if nobody's here, there's no point in getting animated. Oh, mental issues, Mel. I hope not. And he's a pleasure to watch, man. He does that well. You know, I see somebody like him, right? And I go, okay, this is a guy who's trying to help other people out. He has good presentation. I mean, sure, he may not be the best modeler known to man, but there's a lot of things that he did, like this coast or something that I was watching that he did really good. I'm like, that guy should be successful. And you got some ass clown that has all these videos. They don't do anything other than film themselves and have millions of watchers. You know, and it's not like, well, that's because she's really hot. It's not even a girl. You know, for the longest time, like and I don't follow these people because they usually don't have a content that appeals to me, but one of the most popular people on YouTube was this, I don't know if she's Lebanese girl or whatever, SSS Sniper Wolf or whatever. She's moderately attractive, but she does video games. But she's not even playing the video game. She's like doing comments on other people doing video games, and it's almost like this real world vibe. I'm like, I don't care about that stuff. How about like a guy like Mel that's like, you know, like showing you how to make like, you know, buildings out of like newspaper, you know, stuff that's like, you know, like useful. No. It's a good thing she might like buildings because they really take up space. No kidding. Lancer is stopping doing casting of their medals in September. Somebody had suggested Who's the guy with the earrings? I can't think of what his name is. He does one of those shows. I can't remember. I subscribe to his channel. And I'm like, I can't understand a fucking thing this guy's saying. I don't know what he's saying. That's not fair. I understand about a third of what he's saying. You know, the guy with the big earrings. You know who he is. I just can't think of what his name is. Oh God, her. She was doing Bible verses and she could barely read off the page. Yeah, the girl with the glasses that are almost falling off her nose. I've come across them. Like, that's not what I'm interested in. She's got to be a lot cuter for me to watch it. Luke is the dude. Yeah, Luke. I don't know what Luke's saying. I don't know what he's saying. I think my buddy Jeff said, hey, check this guy out. So I checked him out. I don't know what he's saying. The veteran guy, I know there's lots of veterans, but no, this is Dougie. Dougie has either gotten better or I've gotten better. But I watched one of his videos the other day and I understood everything he was saying, especially his son. I always know what he's saying. Yeah, yeah, yep. He is a super good painter. I really like his painting style. I had one cup of coffee and I feel like I've had 10. What's in this coffee? It's Coke coffee. I'm too old to be doing cocaine now. If I tried it for the first time now, I'd just have a heart attack. Coming across her is about her only appeal. No, just be yourself. I don't mind you being crude. Just be yourself. Don't attack each other. Yeah, she didn't do anything for me. But she was like number 3 or number 4 in number of views. And I'm like, the content is garbage. Like, okay, I get it. An attractive girl, sure, we all want to see that, right? But like, have content that's worthy, not just like, I don't get it, man. There's some nerdy people sitting around in basements. Man, that looks good. And I mean from the standpoint of like, before and after. God, take a picture, but it takes the shine off. That's for starters, makes it look. I'm going to keep my eye out for these Fujimis because I know you can buy them new and they're not very expensive. I think this is an excellent model. This Fujimi 176 M4A1 is an excellent model. It's chubby. Looks huggable. The Geordie language just breaks through eventually. I went from never understanding them to being fine with even the heaviest of their accents. Well, like I mentioned before, there's the accent and there's we're going to create all these contractions. I'm going to read a sentence, but I'm going to add contractions for some of these words. And if you're not familiar with what the contraction is, you've missed half the word. You don't know what they're saying. So, and this is the rescue. This is the one that was, ooh. That track's not doing too hot. Let's not focus on that. It's either that or throw this away. So we're going to make this so you're not going to want to throw it away. Of course, I haven't put the goop on yet, and I had to do it that way, so I may want to throw it away by the time I'm done, but we'll see how that goes. How you Jap Tanks doing? Now they're still wet. We may not be able to finish them this morning. Damn! I just noticed a piece that's missing. There's a flap that's here. This is the whole model. I got this one unbuilt, and I got this one built. And this person didn't put this flap here on the top. So I might have to cover that with something, or just get one of them little red pens and unsee it. Blind yourself. What I don't understand is how people get these accents. And same thing happens all over the world. It happens in the U.S. How these people get these accents of a place they live locally. And then they move out of that place and they keep that accent. It's like, okay, you're 40 years old. You've lived most of your life not in the Bronx, and you still sound like you're from the Bronx. What's wrong with you? You know? I don't understand it, because I would get the accent and then I would leave that area and it would disappear, and you know. The Yorkshire trend of calling people cock is a recipe for disaster around the wrong person. I'm not sure there's any YouTubers that do that though. Cock. What's up, cock? That the N-word for you guys up there? What's up, my cock? I wonder how the term guy got started. Like, there's this one guy, or I know a guy. Meanwhile, there's some French dude named Guy going, "It's Guy, you bastard." Like, how did that one get started? Calling people guys. I've never heard of that trend, by the way. Does that have anything to do with cockamamie? That's some kind of cockamamie scheme you got here. Yeah. Yeah, accents are kind of, they can be really distracting. Like, for instance, I have a hard time listening to somebody like Bogart for a long period of time. People don't talk like that in the United States. You know, or the two Italians, Pacino and De Niro. Nobody talks like that around here. Maybe around Marcus, but not around here. And people that sound like, you know, inbred from the South, that's bad too, you know? There's this one, is she a YouTuber or is she a Facebooker? I think she's a Facebooker. I finally got tired of her content, stopped following her, but anyways, she's incredibly attractive. Normal looking, but attractive. You know, like, doesn't look like a movie star. But she has this accent that, oh my, it'd make a train take a dirt road. I'm like, oh my God. But some people like that, I guess. There's a football YouTuber that uses it to open his videos. He's from my area, so I get it. He opens with his cock. Oh yeah, he opens with it. Well, what's that mean? It means the first thing out of his mouth is his cock. What? I've never heard of that before. Never. Well, I don't want to be too rough on these rings. I don't know how securely attached they are. We didn't use weld cement because we couldn't. And we just won't add this dry brush all the way to the end of the barrel. You get like a free smoky barrel with that. No additional charge. What's the slang for gals? Meanwhile, in the 1960s, Marcus shows up. Oh, did he get just the proper lady reference? We're in a restaurant 10 years ago. 10 years ago? About 10 years ago. And this chain restaurant. And they had this waitress on here who was fresh off the boat from Cuba. And she was struggling with English. And it was funny because she was taking your order down. And for you lady, and for you mister, what would you like, mister, and for you lady? That's one of those things that's forever etched in our psyche. Okay, this is the one that had the shitty turret that had all the goop. And I'll be damned if that's all disappeared. It's all water under the bridge. Well, we're gonna have to cut our show short today because I gotta go to the No Kings protest. Whatever the F that is. And I'm not going to watch a parade either because it's not like it's World War II vehicles. What do I want to see modern vehicles for? Boring. Although it might be refreshing to see an M1 tank not in a desert color. Yeah, but allowing to move forward with this whole fictitious, what did I call it with? Pacific, that's not too specific Pacific. There we go. It isn't to put Indian troops and Marines fighting side by side. It's just to be like, okay, well there's this TK tankette. Well, they didn't use it on the Philippines, or they didn't use it on Saipan, or like, okay, screw that. Let's just put it in there. It's not like it's, unbalancing or anything like that. Well, there you go. Hens and cocks. Perfect. And here they go. They can have their relations up there, although it's a little too covered in bird scat. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think I'm not going to do it. Because however I do it, it'll be wrong. You know, like Marcus mentioned, it'll be like one of those snow paint jobs that don't look right, no matter how you do it. It literally will be a shit show. All right. Now, let's get dark sand up. Order up. Where's this buff? Buff it is. Dark sand. Now I know where all you chickens comes from. There you go. Well, I wouldn't have voted for that king had I known he wasn't going to fix the postal problems. That's just disappointing. You did what? Yeah, I thought the postal thing was going to get better. I want my ship from the UK, damn it. I don't care about Temu, whatever the hell that shit is, with their fake ass products. Temu with their FAP. Temu FAP. Fake ass products. You get any of that Temu FAP? What? What'd you say? I said fake ass products. Oh, okay. Yeah, putting that little line in there helped. I know, of course it means something different. That's why I said it. But that's a relatively new word. That's a new term that's, it's one I had to actually look up. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, oh. Like, we already had a name for that. Why you gotta change it? See, that's the problem with these new terms. I don't have a problem with coming up for new terms for things that don't exist. But things that already exist, why are you going and changing things? Oh, easy there, easy there. Well, this is going to look a lot better than having thrown it away. That's for sure. So I don't call this weathering. I call this fading. So if this was in an environment where it wasn't dust clouds and stuff, I'm thinking this is what could happen to this thing. Just by being left out in the sun. And these thighs still had some innocence. Not since 1999 when I discovered the freaking internet on my own computer. And these kids now, man, my daughter knows shit. I don't know. Fapper? No, that's somebody that works at one of those Temu factories. Making fake ass products all day long. Oh, you're one of the fappers at the factory. What? I should submit that definition to Urban Dictionary. Fapper. Somebody who works at a fake ass product thing for Temu. Making fake ass products. I know. When are you guys going to beat me to it? And then you'll get all the glory that comes with coming up with your own definition on Urban Dictionary. Well, I had high hopes that, the Orange Meister and whatever you guys call your dude over there would go into a bedroom and make some Anglo-American baby that we could both, watch grow. Like free shipping across the pond. Yes! Yes! Like I need to buy anything. Like I don't have stuff to work on. I hope I don't regret putting this on a stand, but I feel like I had no choice. It's either that or build it without tracks and then put the tracks on later. That would have been even worse, I think. But no, I'm not going to watch the parade, but I might keep my eye out to see if there's any rooftop Koreans that make an appearance today. They have one of those protests going on, scheduled at the town I used to live in. But it's funny how I always do those protests in a part of town I don't want to go to. I'm like, man, that's a crummy part of town. I don't want to do that over there. It's always where all the panhandlers are. I tell myself, my spending money keeps the economy going and keeps someone in a job. Yep. Look, here's the reality. If you're spending your money on this, you're doing all right. You got to do something, and there's a lot worse things to do than playing with these little toys. Gambling? Man, fuck gambling, man. Gambling's stupid. The last England football game, the crowd were chanting, "Starmer is another word for fapper." Oh, I like that word, actually. It's much better than the other one. No, I like them both. No, I actually like the T version better. Well, all politicians suck. Period. Because they all say one thing and then do something else. So that alone makes them a piece of shit. All of them. So once we got that out of the way, don't say stuff you're not going to do or you're not able to do because it makes you look like a liar. And maybe you just don't care, but like, I'd like to be known for a lot of things before I'm known as a liar. That's some dishonorable crap. Have you ever seen those YouTube videos comparing British and U.S. soccer chants? No. You lost me at soccer. Why would I want to? My daughter went to a couple soccer games in Spain. But and this, I don't have a problem with going and playing sports. But watching sports, especially sports that are like boring, like for instance, I love to play kickball, right? Do you want to watch kickball? No. You want to watch other people playing kickball? No. Soccer? Probably fun to play. I've played it before, a long time ago when I was a kid. Still wasn't any good at it. I don't think I've ever hit a ball with my head intentionally. That just sounds like a bad idea. Let me bop this off my head. No! First of all, who knows what direction it's going to go in? That's more deviating than drunk frisbee. No, why would you? Oh man, talking about hitting things with your head. You have no idea where I'm going to go with this. No. True story. The last cruise I went on, we went to this private island. This is things you can no longer do in the U.S. Things that lawyers have ruined. Attorneys and this sue-happy society has ruined. We went to this private place in the Bahamas. It was a private club or whatever, just for this cruise line. Which was, you couldn't walk. You could, but you'd spend 45 minutes to an hour walking to this place from the dock. So we took one of them little tram things over there. Got there, and this place was really nice. And, not super fancy, but not run down on any level. And they had these two pools that were really large, and they were all like chest-high water. And they were packed. They were pretty full. They were pretty full of people. They had a swim-up bar in one part of it, and the rest of it was just kind of pool. Probably the size of, I don't know, maybe the size of the footprint of maybe 10 American houses. Maybe even bigger than that. All next to each other, width-wise. So, I don't know, 200 feet? But they were big. And there's all these people in there. And they decided to get these blow-up beach balls. And I'm not talking about a beach ball this size. I'm talking about a beach ball you can't put your arms around. So it's probably, 7 feet across, 8 feet across, something like that. And they had them, all full of air. And people were just bouncing and throwing them at each other, right? Like, you can't do that now because people are like, but you're throwing them, and if you're not paying attention, you get hit by one, you're going to lose your drink or whatever. It's not going to cause any bodily harm, but it'll catch you off guard. And one old guy's with a drink, and he's literally, old guy, meaning he's 20 years older than me, or looks like he's 20 years older than me, says, if you don't want to play, get out the pool. And it was like, we had a lot of fun for like a freaking hour and a half, just randomly throwing a beach ball at people. You didn't want to get it out of the pool because then somebody had to go get it or whatever. But you had this big pool that had like 7 or 8 beach balls going on, and they're like big. Can't do that in the States anymore. Ruined it. I searched that. I was a soccer player for many years of your young life. Meanwhile, the Yank ones are like, I believe that we will win, just a complete gulf in creativity. Yeah. Well, I hate watching those college things. Everybody's number one. I'm like, you're ranked 32nd. You're not fucking number one, I don't understand. Here's the one thing I don't understand about soccer. Or sports. I don't understand how you could be watching the sport and be captivatingly and excited to feel some of that win come through to you as a spectator. You're like, okay, I'm watching other people play a game. Yay, lovely, very nice. I just don't get any of that energy. It's not like it's your kid or something like that. It's some random dude with, funny color sneakers and weird hairstyle. I indexed a book for noting names of counties, places, and characters from books, films, and programs for use for imaginations. I wish I could find it. You needed to write down somewhere else where that book was. $20 years ago, I'm going to say 20 years ago, it might have been 15, we would get this rash of emails that would come into work. I wouldn't get them on my personal email, I'd get them on work email. And I think what happened is one of the guys at work was notorious for entering contests. And he actually won them, but he entered like contests all day long. And so, of course, he got spammed to death. And because he got spammed to death, it's tribal. I guess I'm just not part of a tribe. So we'd get all these spam emails, and they would be like the same email would frequently come over, but it'd be from a different sender. But the sender would be 2 names, a first name, a whatever it's called, a first name, and then a surname, but they were all jumbled up. So in other words, you might have somebody that would get their first. This is from the sender. Their first name sounded like a surname, and their last name sounded like a first name. So in other words, it wasn't like, Jimmy George. It would be like Waddington Jeffrey. And that's who it came from. Oh, this email from Waddington Jeffrey. And the combination was like 2 things that weren't even together, right? Because it wasn't like people that were like from the same continent. It'd be like Rabinowitz Marmaduke. It was like 2 totally different things, and it would have been funny to find. And you could probably get some kind of like a really a sleuth that's very awkward or whatever that could be named for one of those fake names or whatever. But Rumpelstiltskin John, or something. But I didn't write any of those down. I figured there'd be no end. Somehow they just ended. All of a sudden they just stopped. They ran out of postage and they couldn't send any more emails. Step 1, get your maze together for a game. 2, drink lots of beer. 3, make up songs together. Really? Do people actually sing? Because I can drink enough to dance, but I find no joy in singing. Now, That's probably a good thing because I don't exactly have a singer's voice. And even with that said, there's probably people that sing worse than I do. Because at least the tune sounds right in my head. It probably doesn't sound right in other people's head. But I find no joy in, like, you know, in making up songs. Although, with that said, I do kind of enjoy putting words to tunes that don't have words. That, you know, but those are all inappropriate. Not really inappropriate. They're cussy. There's a difference. They're expletive-y. So this is just the fadey part. They painted this olive drab. It sat in the sun. Mother Nature did its thing. And it faded. All right. No, use another layer. We're almost done with this. And are the Jap vehicles done yet? Nope. All right, so then we roll into let's do the black lining. I don't want to do the decaling now because that involves me writing things down in a notebook. I do have a piece of paper where I wrote down all of my factions for my imagination thing, but I don't know where it is. If I do that, I don't want to spoil all the fun for you guys anyways if I get around to doing that, but I got to have a lot of jungle terrain already for the Pacific before I go into that direction. Because my motivation to play a game is pretty nil. I mean, like, okay, I got this weekend. I could set up this table. We could play some kind of a game. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of cleanup. I mean, it'd be fun. I actually enjoy doing it. And I can do it all the time. I mean, I've got this room where I can leave it set up. So it's not like, oh, the wife's here. I can't do that, you know. It's a little bit more tricky when the daughter's here. Because she creates other distractions, but I could pretty much do that at any time. So there's not like this, you better do it now or you can never do it thing. So yeah, I need more projects like this house where it's like, okay, I got 3 hours. Let's knock this out. And bam, it's done. You know? Man, I love this thing. The shame is I can't get the photograph to do what I can see with my eye. But never said I was a good photographer. Where'd I keep my DBA records? On an Excel sheet. I did first game last Tuesday. 1 double element, 5 lost, but I don't have a notepad or anything to keep for it. It's funny when you come across random Bolivians and Indians with Lenin or Stalin as their given name. Is it? I think you should just kill them just to be safe. Nobody named Lenin or Stalin was ever killed and made the world a worse place. Or Hitler. You can name somebody Hitler. That goes without saying. I don't have to say that Nazi shit's bad. I mean, we kind of fucking know that, right? But there's one guy in I'll never forget this. This guy on his Facebook page. It was this place of like World War II stuff. And it was this picture of this Yak-9s flying in formation. You guys all seen it. Yak-9s flying in a finger, whatever the hell it's called. They're all in a line flying. With a big 22. It's some guards division or whatever. Some guards air division. That big prominent 22, and it's Soviet style. Russian style, really. Russian style numbering system. And there's one guy that was born yesterday. Idiot. Says something like, "Oh, now it's every time I look at the Russians now, ever since the war in Ukraine, all I see is the bad guys." Like, they've always been the bad guys. They always have. I'm not saying the Nazis were the good guys. I'm just saying they were the bad guys too. The Russians made a freaking deal with them, invaded, they invaded all the Baltic countries, sent their own people to Siberia, invaded Finland. The Western Allies helped Finland, and somehow all that was forgotten because they needed to take down Hitler. I'm like, I wouldn't have helped them. Fuck them. They're not getting any of my Lend-Lease tanks. Russians don't get my Lend-Lease shit. Tony's Lend-Lease stuff doesn't go to Russia. Fuck them. I can't change the past, but I'm not painting stuff that goes to Russia. That's Allied stuff. Indians love Hitler. They have Hitler Cafe in places, but also adore Israel. Why would you like... Okay. Let's say Hitler was a nice guy. I know, let's just say Hitler was never a dictator, and he was just a painter, right? He's not that bad of a painter. He's a better painter than fucking Picasso, okay? But, I could make a turd in a toilet and it looks better than Picasso. Because you know what? At least it looks like a turd. Anyhow. Get me wound up talking about Picasso. I hate that guy. Let's say Hitler was just a painter. He didn't know how to dress and had a shitty mustache. Like, that alone, why would you like him? I'm thinking about, Ben, you want me to send you an Excel sheet that has some ideas to how to keep records? I can do that. I can send that over to you. And at least what I used. The problem then is it becomes a bit of an addiction. Because you're like, man, I don't want to play a game and not keep stats of it. It just becomes kind of an addiction because it's like, and the more you do, the less you can not do it, because it's cool going back and looking at what's my biggest loss? Did I ever lose that? That kind of stuff. I'm thinking about working on terrain soon until I get all the figures for this crazy Italian Wars rabbit hole. Oh, you're doing 1500s Italy? Yeah, I like that. Back before my people invented inflation. Actually, that's the reason they invented it. Is buying all them fancy tights they wore. Sumatra is a fictional Pacific island from a commando comic. That's a good name. Sumatra. It better be in Indonesia. It's more of them. Most Hindu nationalists like the Aryan stuff and the brown shirt aesthetics. Please do so I can keep a record. I'll have to keep them for HOT and DBF when that gets tried. Okay, I'll send that to you. Ben, DBA record shit. I'm actually going to send you my latest one so you can get a kick out of some of the stuff. Now, the ones in the beginning are missing. They're missing, the first, 12 games. I know who I played, and I know who won, but I didn't know the score. So, but that's 12 games, 2,000 games ago. Oh, I love Italian Wars. I really love Italian Wars. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff in Italian Wars. And I'm not one of those, just paint them all the same, you can use them for everybody. Fuck you. That's like saying I'm going to build a French 100 Years War Army and a British 100 Years War Army, and we're going to pay. No! That's like saying, I'm going to build a War of the Roses, and we're going to make the Lanks and the Yorks look exactly the same. Like, you're not going to be able to sleep at night because of that. Well, you wouldn't paint Lanks. Absolutely not. That's your opportunity to learn about like heraldry and stuff like that, and different flags. And there's no way in hell I would paint a generic European country army. What? You're off your rocker. That kind of information's out there. You know, if you have to like do a make-believe Asian thing, it's because no info is about it. Not that I, you know. His newest. Did you see the Yorkshire Gamers Project and VK's? No. No, what did he get? I can't understand that poor man. And if it's a volume level, because he doesn't speak that convoluted. He mumbles a bit. He seems like he's a really big guy. I mean, I don't mean like fat. I mean like he's fit, but he's like a 6'3" or a 6'4" guy. That's a big guy as far as I'm concerned. I'm 5'11" and shrinking. I was 5'11". All right. Let's do... No. We got to do something even before that. We got to paint all this track and shit. Track and road wheels and stuff. That's what comes next. All right. Well, that's not exactly exciting. How are we doing on the Jap tanks? No. No, not yet. Well, when I go to Hobby Lobby, let me make my Hobby Lobby list because I got to go there and do an exchange. I have some sheet styrene that's not too thick. I already have some of that thickness, so I want to get some thinner stuff because now we're building stuff out of nothing. So this is going to be my Hobby Lobby sheet. I'm going to do folk art black because this feels like it's full, but it's getting difficult to get on there. He swapped his old Romans and Dacians for something daft like 50 regiments of foot and troops for ECW. Really? Huh. He's involved in a lot of stuff. His little house, his little hamlet or whatever behind his house looks pretty cool. Although, if I lived in the UK and I had a little attachment to the house, I wouldn't care about a wargaming cottage. There's a close connection between Nazism, the BGP, and the Ba'ath parties in Syria and Iraq. Common founders. BGP. What the hell is a BGP? Blowjob Protectorate. BGP. BGP. Helps if I type. Was it in India? BGP, what's this? Baluchistan something or another? Bharatiya Janata. BJP emerged out of Syama Prasad Mukherjee, Bharatiya Janata. I don't even, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I love listening to Indian people. Well, sometimes. They're like relaxing to listen to, the meter of their voice. Um, so anyways, if I lived at the UK, this is what I would want. What's it called? I've mentioned this before. Have a miniature pub in your backyard. Oh yeah! And it's really for the experience because I don't drink. Um, isn't that cute as hell? I mean, you could do better than serve Heineken, but I mean, there is some salivatingly attractive stuff here. I love this kind of shit. I don't really care to drink them. I like the idea of it. The problem is if I had one, what do you do? German, Irish, or Mexican? Like, it's like, you'd have to have three. You know? You'd have to have three. I saw a Facebook thing that this one guy created this, and, you get to name it. You get to, I mean, and it's little. I mean, it's probably the size of this room. Probably 10 by 12, something like that. That is just like super attractive. Super attractive to have that. Who wants a pool? I'd rather have that. And then you could have, a little table in the corner where you play your 2 foot by 2 foot game to be played in a pub, which, by the way, happens to be your war games room. Okay. Now to get the black shite on. Yeah, it'd be really hard to figure out whether to make a little. I don't know. That would be difficult. That'd be a hard choice. UK scored big with the ECW. He came from Mark High's War Games Holiday Center. I can't imagine selling my own stuff that I painted or trading it for something else that somebody else painted. I don't know. Maybe I'm just more of a creative person than a war gamer. I am, I went over to Mitch's last week. We didn't play. We didn't play because it was a scheduled game and somebody didn't show up on their scheduled day, and I found out after I was already there. Which, if you're wondering, why don't you play with the guys weekly? That's why. That's the biggest reason why I don't play with the guys weekly, because it is something else that nobody can fucking plan. Like, I get it that things change. Change them at the beginning of the day. Hey, I'm not going to make it home. Not like, oh, you're here. So-and-so's not coming. Well, when did he fucking find out? Now? Was he going down the road that his car explode? No, he's got a 2-hour drive here. Why am I finding out about this now? So, I have to relive too much bullshit that I deal with on a daily basis at my paid job to deal with that on my free time. That's the biggest reason why I don't game with the guys. It's just like, it's easier to say I'm not fucking gaming than to have a rug pulled out from under me. Because that's what was happening. We were playing pretty regularly, and I'm like, man, this DBA isn't working. Let's play test some additional rules for DBA. And it was going great. And then it was like, Oh, okay. Well, who's coming this week? Well, it's going to be so and so and so and so. All right. Well, we'll show them the system where we caught up, where we've caught up where we're at, and then we'll bring them. And then they wouldn't show up. And then somebody new that never played before. What? And it was like you're constantly herding cats. I'm like, I don't need that in my life. I'm going to quit my job. I'm gonna quit my job or do something worse. I'm like, I don't need that kind of fucking stress for something that's supposed to be relaxing. Mitch's epic mod sounded interesting. Could tell he had a passion for it. I don't know who painted it though, because he don't paint. You know, maybe if I had a job that was like I work for the government, where I just stamp shit. I just stamp shit the same fucking way every time. And if something different happened, I'd be like, oh, thank God it's not the same thing. But man, like, I'm constantly herding cats at work. The last thing I need is cat herding when I'm not at work. So it's not like, hey, he's not doing any gaming if I don't show up. He's gaming all day that day. You know, with retirees that show up early. So, you know, he's like, okay, well, we can't. I said, well, I can either do something unscheduled. We were planning on doing something else. Well, it's not like I was dying to do what we were going to do anyways, okay? But it was a scheduled event. Oh, he's coming next week. I said, well, next week is my model meeting. So I'll come by, but I won't come by until like 9, you know, and they'll just hang out for an hour and then I'll leave again. I don't mind hanging out. I just, you know, if you have like an agenda, it's like it's not going to be complete because we're not going to start at that. I'm not going to be able to start until whenever I get there, and I'm not playing until 1 o'clock in the morning. I got to wake up at 5 a.m. Whether or not I do this show, I still got to wake up at 5 a.m. So so I don't really mind not gaming because it just creates turmoil for me when I do. And whether or not I game, I still have to get the painting done because that's what's relaxing. But if you looked at that board, although that game might be fun to play, there's too much clutter on the board. You're gonna have to like, is that a tree or is that supposed to be woods or is it like a hill or is that you know? It's just there's too much. There's not enough. What you see is what you get on there. So like I don't mind Command and Colors at all. I think it's actually a good system, but I actually prefer to play Command and Colors with the counters it comes with, because it's more black and white. You know. Wife just commentated how good these buildings look. What a bargain, she said. There you go. What did you get? You got a bunch of Italian buildings? And of course, the big problem with Italian wars is what rule set are you going to use? Hope you're not using that RRR thing. There's better things out there than that. I really like that Pike and Shot game by Slytherin. I think it does a pretty damn good job of what it does. I've played it a fair amount. My only gripe about it would have to be that there's a lot of scenarios, but you can only play one side. You can't play on both sides. I don't know because that's because of the computer scripting. I would imagine that's probably what it is. I have to script one of the sides, not the other one. Were painted by War Games legends Stuart Asquith and Robbie Roddice. Well, not to be disrespectful, but I've never heard of either one of them. English Civil War, yeah, this just doesn't interest me. That doesn't mean I won't play it. It's better than American Civil War. I guess technically it's one of the better Civil Wars. That's not saying a whole lot. All right, I got to go to the little boy's room. I'll be right back. I'm not even going to. There's nobody that could scream or something like that. So, be right back. So building wise, well, I got this thing to redo. This is another 15 millimeter building that I use for 20s. And it's painted way too bright. It's not painted badly, it's just painted way too bright. This might just need a wash and a dry brush and we're good to go. You know, some stuff's like, oh, this looks like a 15 millimeter building because those windows are too high up there. I'm like, okay, but if it's 15 millimeter, then this, you know, it's like an in between. I think it would work okay. There's that thing to redo, which isn't really a priority, but there's the jungle outpost. There's those two city buildings that are going to take an eon to do. The French Cafe. And that's it. I'm out of buildings. So, I think to be fair, I will allow myself to get more buildings. Oh, and this pigsty. I will allow myself to get buildings, but only after I've done all of those things. Because I don't really care, you know, painting in the little Italian building. Are you doing Italy right now? No. Well, why'd you paint the Italian building? Because it's fun. It's fun. That's why we did it. Yeah, I wish he'd fix his volume issue. Because usually if I can't hear somebody well, I'll put on the headphones and then, oh, I can hear it well. But his volume level's too low. Let's do the other armor fast thing. you do this and you're wondering, am I wasting my time painting all this stuff? Because I saw that one guy painted his jungle outpost recently, and it looked like he just painted it one color and gave it a wash, and it looks spot on. I mean, it's just bamboo, or dried bamboo. Yeah, I don't know how much DBA Mitch is playing on a weekly basis. I don't know that. I don't think that it's much because I know his buddy Joel comes and plays every. Well, now it's Tuesday when they play. They play every Tuesday, and Joel is pretty much gone to the he only plays Command and Color stuff. Well, he plays with the designer of Command and Colors all the time, so um, he's converted all of his stuff to Command and Colors. Now they've added the 40K stuff as well. I don't have a problem playing Command and Colors games. I think they're good games. They just don't want me. They just don't make me want to read the period. They're a little too removed. It'd be like playing Axis and Allies and be like, man, I can't wait to read, about the Third Reich. I'm like, there's like it's just not involved enough. You'll discover something new and you can't use it in a game because the game is so zoomed out it doesn't matter. And okay, so that's not important to a lot of people. Yeah, but it's important to me. Wonder if the guy's gonna lawn mow today in the middle of my show. Oh, geez, it's not even 8. I supposedly have a Zoom meeting today, hobby-related Zoom meeting. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. And the reason I'm not gonna make it is I kind of got. I don't know if bamboozled is the right word, but I got these guys who are like, hey, come be a part of this, come be a part of this. And I'm like, already a member of their model club. No, but this is another model club. I'm like, all right, it's an armor specific one. I'm like, all right, I got stuff I can contribute to an armor specific one. But it's another membership due. I'm like, I don't need another membership thing. Like, look, I'm used to doing my show and I gladly do it, and I do it basically for free. I don't want to pay money to do something I'm already doing for free. I know that makes sense. And it's not that I'm frugal, because I'm not, but at some point it just starts sounding like you're throwing your money in the toilet. You know? So I'm like, I'm not gonna pay dues. I'm not interested in entering any events as part of this group. It's just a couple people with a common interest talking about their hobby that they like and maybe some cool stuff that they found along the way. That's it. If you'll have me, cool. If you need my $25 a year, I'm not interested. Now, another thing that kind of, I don't know if it rubbed me the wrong way, but it kind of made me think about something is these guys were like, man, we need to we need to get your link to your web. We need to get your link to your And I don't care if they're watching this. If you know, I tell things how they are. If you can't deal with it, well, then you need to get some thicker skin. But I pride myself on being consistent and being honest. But oh, we need some links to your channel. We need some links to whatever. And like, you know, I sat down and wrote this email. You know, here's the link of my video that shows how to use the hand sanitizer. Here's the link to my channel. Here's the link to this video. Here's this product that I used or whatever. Because they asked me all these things. I wrote them all down, had some time, write them. And I absolutely dislike writing. And I really absolutely dislike writing when you don't get any joy. Well, first of all, I don't get any joy. I get joy out of this, right? So if I'm doing this and you guys don't watch it, or you guys, whatever, I don't care because I'm still going to do it anyways. But if I'm doing something specifically for somebody, if I stop what I'm doing to do something for somebody else and I don't even get a thanks or that's cool, I'll check it out, I'm kind of pissed about it because I stopped. Like, you guys have been hounding me for this stuff, and you don't even acknowledge that I provided what you were asking for, right? So I wrote down. I had some time to write. I wrote down 7 or 8 things, and they were all kinds of different things that they'd been asking me. Submitted it to the news group, you know, because they put out like a monthly newsletter or whatever. Not a single person has even acknowledged that it was on there. Well, you know what? That's the last time I fucking do it. Because I don't enjoy writing all that stuff down. Like, it was a pain in the ass for me. It was like, hey, do this book report. Oh, yeah, and by the way, I'm not going to even fucking read it. Well, why fucking do it then? You know? And I'm telling you, I have a serious aversion. It's almost on the point of clinical. Where if I catch wind that something is busy work, I will create a crusade to stop you. Because I absolutely detest busy work. I can't think of anything worse than that. So, man, this purple drink is really getting me wound up. And there's no sugar in it. Maybe it is that purple drug stuff. Apparently there's a drug called purple drink made with cough syrup or something. But that's why I don't want, you know, if I do something on my own and I volunteer to do it and nobody cares, that's fine. But if you ask me to do something and you don't like acknowledge it, like, fuck you, you know? Don't ask me to do anything then. We're not asking you to do anything else. No, it's just like, it's unfortunate, you know? That's all. And it's not like they needed to suck my dick or anything, but just like acknowledge, hey man, that's really helpful. Because I'm like, I've told you guys, whatever I do, whatever I've figured out, I freely share that with you guys. Or really with anybody. Unless they like Picasso. Then screw them. But same thing go with like emails and stuff at work. You know, I'll like, somebody wants something, I'll do it for it immediately. Don't even get a thanks or acknowledgement that they got the email or whatever. All right, fuck you. I'll remember that. I'm like the Sicilian mob. I remember everything. Just common courtesy. Yeah, that's just what makes me tick. Never said it was perfect. So yeah, I put that, and there was 2 different news groups. So there's a newsletter that goes to those armor people, and one that goes to our regular model club. Submitted it to both. Nobody's come up to me and made any comment on it at all. I'm like, wow. All right, you old motherfuckers. And they're the ones that asked me to put it in there. It's not like, man, you put it on there so they could suck my dick. It's got nothing to do with that. It's like they wanted me to put it on there. I'm like, all right. I'll stop what I'm doing, find time to do this. And, you know, it's like, hey, make all these awards for DBA. Hey, come over and play DBA. We'll show you how to play. And then, yeah, I'll be there. And then they never show up. I'm like, I'm not going to do it anymore. You know? Man, so serious. Well, if I war game the English Civil War, which I'm not going to, and by war game I mean create my own stuff to play it, I'd probably read a book about it or listen to a book about it, like I did the Dan Jones War of the Roses thing. Which, by the way, I came out of that like not confused, because that's like on the surface I was like, man, that's a really complicated subject, and it wasn't. I don't remember a whole lot, but we were going to do a little War of the Roses campaign game. So I'm like, well, let's find out about this. Of course, I was the only one that had read a book about it, so I ended up being the most knowledgeable person there. But that was a couple years ago, so I've forgotten almost everything I learned. I don't want to do this all day long, because if I do it, my day is going to go by too quick. And I didn't know that the center was actually rubber. So we'll have to paint all those rubbery, but we'll do all the tracks together. The center part, anyways. Man, where'd you go? Where'd you guys go? Is this thing still on? I talked about tiny pubs, and all of a sudden, you guys all went to one. Lucky bastards. Let's go make a cafe. Why is he getting ice if he's making coffee? Oh, you're new to this channel, are you? Let there be light. You guys have any privacy in your backyards? If you have a backyard, we're about to lose all ours. They're building a neighborhood behind. Well, they've been building a neighborhood behind us, and it's like these 2-story houses, and not that I want to do anything inappropriate back there, but like, what if I do? Yeah. What if I do? Although Marcus, you got no privacy anywhere near New York. I wish there was more privacy here. I don't want to live on a, and you probably could get it, but you have to live on a dirt road. I don't want to live on a dirt road. Like, I never wash my car then. No point. Or a Lime Rock Road. Fishbowl, huh? Not so much here since a neighbor had a loft conversion. Yeah, it's not that I want privacy so much. It's that you don't want to. There's just sometimes you just don't want to interact with people. Like, for instance, there's these two old guys that walk in my neighborhood. One of them's kind of quiet, and one of them is the mouth of the South, right? I don't have a problem with the mouth of the South guy. I've lived around those type people my entire life. He's harmless, right? I'll be doing something else. I'll be doing something in the morning, and they'll come by walking or whatever, and they'll want to chit chat, and I'm like, all right, I don't mind chit chatting with them. I usually make them leave. All right, we got to keep walking, like, hey, you're the one that started the conversation. But it's like really annoying when you get ready to pull out of your driveway, and that's when there's somebody right in your driveway that you can't pull out. And I don't live in a busy place. So the irony of things, if I'm ever going to go crazy and start like, taking a chainsaw to people, it'll be because too many ironic things happened that are just really unlikely. That's the kind of shit that drives me crazy. Like the stuff of like, if you watch that game, that Old Testament game that we played, which has some extremely unlikely and ironic things happen in it. Yeah, when stuff like that happens. So, sometimes you just want to pull in your driveway and not somebody be right there where you need to. Or like you pull in and I like to grab my mail on the way in. So I grab my mail in and just like a drive-through window, and like I make sure nobody's coming because it's annoying. Like, really, now that I'm getting the mail, now is when somebody shows up on the road, and I don't live on a busy road. So like that shouldn't happen. So yeah, I wish we lived somewhere a little bit more secluded so you didn't have to deal with that kind of stuff. You come home and the guy who mows the lawn, that's when he shows up, like at your lunchtime. You come home for lunch and that's when he's there. Like, really? You got all fucking day long to come in, and you come in while I'm at lunch, which is a small, very period of time. All right. So like I got like an idea that he could probably going to come by yesterday, so I can come home for lunch. I did something else. That's the kind of shit that drives me crazy. Because it doesn't happen once. It happens every fucking week. It just seems like it. You could set your time by it. And my wife doesn't understand why stuff like that drives me crazy. And it drives me crazy because it happens to me at work all the time. And there's no solution for it other than, quit, kill yourself, or everybody on board. There's no solution for it. Because I'm definitely like I don't like that. I'm gonna go this way, right? I'll avoid things and like, it's not like I'm going towards the turmoil, right? I go and avoid where there's problems. But sometimes the problem comes and fucking finds you. Parking issues is becoming a real problem here. I've had words with a neighbor recently. Well, there needs to be some respect, and I'll tell you my parking story. My first house that I paid the bank for, was a condominium. Well, it makes it sound really fancy. It's not. It was an apartment that you have a mortgage on. And it had two spaces that were marked right in front of my place that was also marked. 407, on the floor would say 407. This one would be 407. Two spots, right? I lived alone. Had these neighbors that were fine, moved out because they were students or whatever. They moved out, no problem. This is not in a student area, all right? But there's students that sometimes stay in those things. These guys moved in and they're a bunch of stoners. I don't think I ever saw them other than hang out there all day. I'd come home from work, they're not working. They not only take one of my spots, they take both of them. So they take all of my spots with their friends, and I have nowhere to park. And I went over, it's like, man, I'm not putting up with this shit. It's like, that's rude. Like, I would never do that to somebody. Never. Never, because if somebody comes up to you and says, hey, what are you doing here? What are you going to say? I'm stoned out of my mind. That's pretty much the only thing you could say, right? Not like, I'm an idiot. I think you're a piece of trash and you don't deserve both parking spots. I mean, what can you say? So I don't do things like that, right? So if it's behaviors that I don't do that are disrespectful to people that have not done anything wrong to you, and you see other people do them, that's not supposed to piss you off? Of course it pisses me off. You know? So that happened multiple times. I ended up calling the tow truck company, and eventually, I think after a year or whatever, they left. But they just didn't care. I just can't deal with shit like that. Okay? True story. I was going somewhere, and I'm like, all right, let me get breakfast, and I'm going through the drive-thru at Starbucks, right? So this Starbucks is next to this mall. Well, next to the mall is this other kind of a strip mall that has the same name as the mall, but it never gets any traffic. So in other words, there'd be like places for like 16 storefronts, and maybe 3 would be open. But it was really early, like on a Saturday, so none of them were open, right? So I go in, get my sandwich, get my iced coffee. I go park in the middle of the entire... So this spot has parking spots maybe 4 wide and 60. So there's 240 empty parking spots there, right? I park in the middle of it because, I want to give myself some room. Some dickweed parks right next to me and does the same thing. Like, are you up to no good? Are you spying on me? Are you the fucking NSA? Why? There's literally 239 other parking spots. About 230 of them are nowhere near me. Why are you parked right next to me in the middle of the entire parking lot? That's like you need to have a mafia on call. Hey, this guy, off him. Like, there's something wrong with somebody that does that. I would never do that. Ever. I'm not that hot, where it's like, like, man, I got to park next to you. I got to check you out, This person morally offended by everything, ashamed of nothing. That's a good point. That's just disrespectful. Like, okay, I went to the grocery store yesterday, right? On the way home. Where do I park? As close as I can get to the door? No. I park somewhere my car isn't going to get dinged by a shithead that doesn't give a crap about their vehicle. So I go in and put it in park and I get ready to go into this spot and I'm like, no, that car is all beat up. I don't want to park there. So I park out of the way and I hug the fucking curb. I've actually damaged my vehicle before because I tried to get too far away from somebody to give them space. So the last thing I want to do is have somebody that parks next to a spot that's like this, and they're like halfway in it. Like, do you not give a fuck about anything? Yourself, your neighbor, society? Like, I don't know where you live, but I don't want to be near you kind of people. Like, yeah, there's two. I need to remember that. Morally offended by everything, ashamed of nothing. I'm taking a picture of that. There's too many of those people. There's too many of those people. We need to have a war, and hopefully those people would be eradicated out. Run some errands before it gets busy. It's too late, man. It's New York. It's always busy. So, yeah, I pretty much have no use for people like that. Or you go and you go into some place and you see there's somebody behind you. So you open the door and you hold the door open for them. And this hippie bitch got upset. I'm like, fine. I don't need a man. Okay, that's fine, but should I just throw the door in your fucking face? I mean, I should have. It wouldn't make your face look any worse. More ashamed of nothing, morally offended by everything. Yeah. There'll be some of those protesting today for no king. They might even be wearing a pink hat. I don't know where these people. I don't know where these people come from. Some people, it looks like they just really go out of their way to get into fights with people that they've never met before. Because I can see if you've got like a blood feud with somebody, right? Like, I'm not a turn the other cheek kind of person. I'm really not. But there's no point in being nasty to somebody that's did nothing wrong to you. They might be your biggest ally. You may be missing out on a best friend if you're nasty to them. You know? I don't know. Does that make me old school or something? I don't know. When somebody's waiting to turn in and somebody lets you in, you have to wave at them and thank them for letting you in. That's the rules. I didn't make them. That's the rules. If you don't do that, you're a fucking dickhead. Right? Other people don't do that. All right. What color did I use for these bloody sandbags? No me acuerdo. It doesn't really matter. I'm a really good guesser, though. Thankfully, I have plenty of normals around. Yeah, the problem is that the normal people just they keep to themselves. They don't want to make a scene. Ashamed of nothing. That's what it is. That's a big problem. Ashamed of nothing. You have to accept me no matter what the hell I am. I'm like, well, why? If you care that much about being accepted, you should be, less less of a problem. This is exactly what color it is. Yeah, people are terrible about the parking thing. I don't want my car getting hit. You know, it's still going to get damage done to it by some people slinging rocks and stuff going down the road. That's why you can't have nothing nice. I was pulling out of my neighborhood at lunchtime one day, a couple weeks ago, might have even been last week, and an equipment hauling truck, basically a tractor trailer with a flatbed, with no equipment on the flatbed, so it had already delivered it, was driving by the opposite direction. 2-lane road. He's slinging rocks all over the place, and one of the rocks hit me. Like, you can't have fucking anything nice. Now, I heard it. It hit something that was metal, because it's what it sounded like. Might have been on the roof or something like that. But it's like, you know, cars are too expensive, man. Well, maybe we'll be in luck. Maybe we'll see some people get hit by a water cannon today or something. It's days like this that I'm glad I don't live in a big metropolitan area. And the governor of our state goes, and I didn't read the whole article, says something like, you can run over people if you want. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't quite work that way. Doesn't quite work that way. Even if I get a pass and it does sound like fun, even if I don't go to jail, you're still going to damage my car, okay? That does not work that way. Now, if I like borrow somebody's dump truck with a cow catcher on it, and, maybe. All right. Let's do the other one at the same time. I think one of the sheriffs of the county also said, I don't read the whole article. You know, there's no point. It's just going to show one thing. And there's some snippet like, if you throw a brick at one of our officers, we will kill you. That's pretty extreme. But why are you throwing a brick at a police officer to begin with? Like, why would you do that? Right? I mean, that's an extreme response. We will kill you for throwing a brick, but why would you even throw a brick to begin with? You know, like, what's wrong with you? DeSantis, well, I'm surprised you guys even know who he is. The problem with him is he's a fucking political person. But I'll tell you what, if we would not have had him, that other ass clown would have shut down the entire state with COVID. So, And instead, well, now everybody wants to live here, despite all the bugs and how hot it is. Man, the best thing government can do is get the fuck out of the way. Just get the fuck out of the way. Yes, you need some government. Otherwise, corporations and business, we'll just say corporations. We can all agree that corporations aren't in it to benefit any of us. We'll just run rampant. You got to have some kind of government, and the problem is that too many times they're in cahoots with the corporations. But yeah, we'd have been fucked here in Florida. We'd have been fucked when that happened. That other guy would shut down the whole state. Can't do anything, can't go anywhere, can't talk to anybody, can't do this, can't do the other thing, can't do the other thing. Meanwhile, he's having his ditty parties at the house. Rules are for thee, not for me. Nope. You watch some U.S. political shows on YouTube. I don't. Actually, the one that I find humorous is, what's his name? Even though I disagree with about 95% of what he says. But he has good delivery. It is comedy. What's his name? Bill Maher. I like Bill Maher's show. He's a leftist loon, but I like his delivery. The biggest problem with those political shows is that they'll bring in somebody that's of a different opinion as them. So you go, oh, okay, well, there's some balance here, but then they don't let them talk. So like, what's the point? But the problem with politics is there's a thing that you and I don't really consider that doesn't apply to us, and it's that all these people have handlers. Well, I want to say my favorite color is blue, but my sponsor really wants me to say yellow, so my favorite color is yellow. Well, that in itself is just dishonest, and I don't want to watch it. Where if you ask me, I'm like, yeah, my favorite color is green. I don't have anybody that's forcing me to say something that I like. What's your favorite tank? Well, shit, this guy gave me a bunch of Sherman tanks, so it's got to be the Sherman tank. Like, no, just freaking be yourself. Oh, you can't be yourself. Well, then why are we even having a conversation? Exactly. What happened to Boris Tory government? One rule for all, no rules for that government. Yeah, I don't know what happened over there. Tory. That's your guys' conservatives. Your guys' conservatives are more liberal than our than our than our conservatives here. The problem with it is that everybody's willing to do things that's been done before, and sometimes it takes a new solution. And I'm telling you, one of the worst things you could do as a politician is say you're going to do A and do Q. Like, all of a sudden it's like, well, listen, I'm not even bother having a conversation because you're not going to do what you say you're going to do. And you have no intention of doing that. So the dishonesty level is like, I just can't deal with that. I can't deal with that kind of dishonesty level. The area that I live in now is kind of an anomaly that I've never experienced before. I live in a town of about 10,000 people that is one exit north, so 10 minutes north of a town of 150,000 people, where I always used to live. It's grown. It used to be like 70. And I guess it varies depending on whether or not the students are in, because it is a college town. But the people that live in this town or around here are basically, I know there's more, I'm going to dumb it down to two different flavors. But the enemies live here. Enemies of each other. Contrarian enemies of each other. You live the leftist, free to be, I don't ever want to mow my fucking lawn. I have a weed garden here. I don't wear any shoes. I want purple hair. Anything goes except traditional American values. I like cats. And the gun-toting person that's like, I want to take a piss off my back porch. I'm going to carry a gun whenever I want. I want to live on a dirt road with a big old truck because I'm 4 foot tall with a truck that's 7 foot tall. You know? So you've got enemies that are like, that's like the two flavors that make themselves known on this news group here on this local town. And they're at odds with each other on 95% about everything. Right? And the sides that they feel really strongly about, I don't feel strongly about. You know, I don't care. When they go and they'll bring up some development, like they'll build some development, and they'll all of a sudden they're both on the same side. We don't want this area to change. We don't want any growth. We don't want this. Oh, the trees, the poor trees, the trees that they could vote. Oh, the trees wouldn't do that. Oh, the cats and the poor, you know. And they're like, they find that common thing. And then as soon as that's gone, they're like back on the opposite side, like fighting each other. You know, the town I used to live in was ate up with leftists. And there's many things I'm liberal about, but I am not a leftist. Where they want to dismantle anything that's, you know, anything from the past wants to be dismantled, right? And these guys don't want, like, they've got some job where they must just work. Well, we're having a good conversation today, I guess. Maybe we'll lose some viewers. Maybe we'll gain some other ones. I don't care. Yeah, I'm just telling it like it is. If you can't deal with it, I'm just telling it like it is from my viewpoint. So you got these guys that have always had this job at the university for 40 years, and they don't want new stuff because, I don't know, they don't want anybody to be better. Like, I don't know whether they get jealous. They don't want anybody to have better stuff. Like, let me just stay in this socialized kind of, if I don't see any other people having other things, then I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I missed this wheel in here. It's hidden in this junk pile of things. But I will tell you this. I moved into this neighborhood and more than half the houses have a flag flying outside the house. That's better than the other neighborhood where like people are almost like ashamed to live in the United States. Well, then don't live here, you know? This country isn't perfect, okay? And you don't have to love who's in charge of the country. But there's these ideas that I grew up with in the 70s and 80s of what America is, and they may be totally false, okay? But we have these ideas that we grew up with, whether they're false or not, that we were fed. Well, the ideas weren't false. The reality is false. And, you know, when I grew up, nobody hated America. If they did, they didn't live in America. You know, just like I was expecting to find that in Europe. I was expecting to go to UK and see nobody would have a Union Jack up. Or go to Spain, nobody had the, you know, because there's a lot of wars that have happened for the wrong reasons in a lot of those places, just like the church. Like, I understand why people don't go to church in Europe as often as in the United States. Because the church did a lot of bad shit, you know, but that was 500-600 years ago. You know, and maybe that's still going on now. I don't know, but, you know. Lockdown. Both leftists. Yeah. Anti-traditionalist. That's what I if I have to label myself, I would call myself a conservative libertarian. But I'm not one of those people. It's like, let's just tear down everything of the past. We made mistakes. I'm like, like, you got to move on, you know? I don't want anybody in government telling me to do a damn thing. They've proven time and time again they're either incompetent, they're in the pockets of people that are handlers, or both. Or they're just fucking evil, which I don't think that's the case, but but COVID should have been COVID should have been a wake up call. And if it wasn't a wake up call for you, you're crooked. It should have been a wake up call where it's like, wait a second. Every single thing that happens is something in the win box for Red China. And I'm still convinced that all of that happened. And I'm not a conspiracy guy, but it's awfully coincidental that all of that happened at the same time that the Hong Kong protests were happening. Because the Hong Kong protests are getting wound up, right? And well, we just can't murder all these people, right? You can't do a Tiananmen Square times 10, right? What are we going to do? Well, let's unleash something, and then these people have to go in for the good of their, health, right? We're helping people. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, I'm just telling you, it's awfully coincidental. And it should have been a wake up call. Okay, let's get medicine. Oh, it all comes from China. Let's get this. It all comes from China. Oh, dude, okay, we need to be a little bit more self sufficient, or maybe not be so dependent on people that are out to get us. Like, let's make a deal with the UK and be asshole buddies, right? We should, I'm not one of those people that are like, oh, the English are the bad guys because they play them in movies. No, it's the same freaking people. Like, same core values and shit. Or it used to be. I don't know. That's it. Back to tanks. But too many people, and I know people that are like this. They're like, no, we can't agree on this. We can't have a conversation. You can have a conversation with anybody, because I'm not beholden to anybody. Tell me where I'm wrong. And like I said, I like to say that it's what we think. Like, there may be things that the making of the sausage would probably be horrific for any of us to see, you know. But you can't go and look at how did we do this? We think we put a little bit. We did the dry brush at the end. You can't go and say, okay, well, Americans had a segregated military in the Second World War, so they were the bad guys too. No, it doesn't work that way. I mean, yes, they could have done better, right? It's not perfect. Hopefully, every day you're improving, but Although Churchill, and I'm not a Churchill hater, by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I don't think he's the best person in the world, but he cared about Stalin a little too much. Oh, we got to do this because of Stalin. Oh, what's Stalin going to think? Fuck Stalin. And that's what he that's what he did to him. Stalin went and screwed all those other countries that they went in and invaded. They liberated. All right, we'll do the same thing with the other one. Yeah, that's probably what I did. Doesn't have to look exactly the same, just something different. FDR too. No, Churchill was the one that was really pushing for the second front. Like, we got so many front, but yeah, FDR really liked Stalin. Fuck him. I wouldn't have dealt with him. Screw him. I mean, you guys were just, don't you remember a few years ago? We like attacked all those countries, made a deal with Hitler? Let him lie in that bed. Screw him. I guess maybe they were worried about, because the problem with a democracy is if people turn against you, they'll vote you out and you can't do what you want to do. If you're a dictator, like if FDR is a dictator, then he could be just like, well, I couldn't get accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. Yeah, FDR really liked Stalin. Not really liked him, but really. But Churchill was so worried about, oh, we got to land here, because we got so many Russians that are tying up this many German troops. I'm like, good. Let's wait a little while they kill some more commies, right? Because Churchill didn't like communists. That guy FDR sent to the USSR to look at the gulags, came back and said they were excellent, which I guess explains the Japanese internment camps. Yeah. How many Japanese got interned? I really don't know about that. He's just one of these rich elites, thinks he can get away with anything. Well, we got a lot of those now. Rich elites need to just be like, hey, be lucky you're rich. You can just go and buy your own island and forget about everything. That's what I would do. I wouldn't be like, oh, I got money. I want to fuck with everybody. I'm like, I want to leave people alone, man. Leave me alone. I'll buy my own island. I get to name it, right? I can create my own imagination, my own flag. Invite who I want to my island. Don't invite whoever I don't want to my island. Welcome to Zangaro. Ooh, unhappy stomach. It doesn't have to look the same. It just needs to look equivalent. Whoa, not equivalent. Hello. Easy fix. That would have been a disaster with an airbrush. And you'd have to clean out the airbrush. 120,000 were interned. Were they U.S. citizens? That's interesting. Does it make a difference? Yes and no. And it makes it much worse if they are citizens. That's where the Africans are going nuts looking for whites to kill. They find the Italian filmmakers and see their passports and say they're not free to go because they're Italian, not white. U.S. citizens born in the U.S. That's not very cool. That's a light way to put it. That's not very cool. Need to watch that Africa-atively film to get hyped for imaginations. Africa-atively. Is that the name of it? I love that scene from freaking Dogs of War, where the guy's like, importation tax, this tax, and he's taking all the cigarettes, the porn mag. I love that. That's one of my favorite scenes of any movie. Welcome to Zangaro. African-atively. Yeah, tell me what that is. I love that shit. I love movies like that. Blood Diamond, Dogs of War. What's the other one? I need to watch Beast of No Nation again. Any of that kind of stuff. You know, the Africa-atively. They're free to go because they're Italian, not white. Oh. I'm not going to go there. White. See, if Barnes was Italian, that'd be great. You can leave because you're not white. Well, it's in my bloody name. It's in my name. Oh my gosh. Having more fun than humanly possible. Well, see, here's the problem. The Japanese vehicles are ready to get their little whatever is going to be done to them next. But now I'm doing this. So it's like, the little Japs just going to have to wait. Don't make me inter your freaking tanks. Yeah, the Japanese, they treated people horribly. They treated their own people horribly. The Japanese, I think, treated their own soldiers worse than the Russians. I'd have to really look into that, but what I've read, just some horrible shit. Like, no wonder you'd want to take that out on somebody else. Like, if you get treated that bad by your own people when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, you capture people, you can't wait to pay them backwards. Right? That's what it would be called, right? Paying them backwards. They don't have to look exactly the same. They just need to look similar. Like if some's got a lot of detail and some don't, like where's my original Sherman? Oh, here. Like I need to redo its sandbags. See how they're kind of dull looking? Just adding this top layer to it. Oh my God, what are you doing? Making it better. See? That's the problem with the magnetized bottoms. You pick up X-Acto blades and stuff. Look at that. Much better. And same thing with the black lining. We don't have the black lining done on here. So we'll do that when we come around to it. Logs look good though. All right, I'm going to use little boy's room again. Surprise a lot. Yep. Be right back. All right. I like this not having to turn the freaking volume off. Is it track time? I think we need to do the tracks now. Okay. That involves black. And I'm sure we still have some. It's kind of hard to just get a little bit of that out. It's always too much of it. Every time you squeeze it, too much comes out. I feel like the American tracks are like some of the easiest to do because you've got this rubber padding, so hell, I'd spray the whole damn thing black anyways. You just almost like weather over it. Then come in with a little bit and do the parts that aren't that way. Let me check on one thing. Oh, how do we get there? I did not realize that the center block of this American track is rubber. It just looks like something that would be metal. And I don't know if what I'm doing makes that much of a difference, but it's not taking a whole lot of time to do it. Oh, we didn't do the return rollers here? And dry brush over that anyways. And we need to make a bow machine gun for that one. Somehow that got away from me. No bow machine gun wasn't included. Luckily, whoever built this put the running gear in the right direction. Unlike that Matchbox Firefly, that has a running gear back asswards. Nothing I can do about it. See, that or destroy it or not paint it. Hey, I didn't build it. I've moved on. No regrets. All right, now this rubber block. Let's go smaller than this. This is too big. I actually used the track that came with the Plastic Soldier Company stuff. I'm really stingy about using the parts that come with them for like extra tracks, so I can just make castings and make more. Because once I'm done with those original ones, I'm up a creek. But the reality is, I'll probably buy more before I ever have to worry about that issue happening. But still, it's something that's it's in the back of my mind. Yeah, see, I still thought it was kind of weird to go to this model meeting and there's yearly dues. But at least there, it's because, all right, well, they have to have a meeting place and they have to pay for the meeting place. All right, well, then, all right, I see that. I wish they didn't have dues because, look, I'm used to freely associating with people and it doesn't cost any money. I mean, shit, we can go meet at a Starbucks for free. But there, you like having to rent a place. I think the stuff that I left is actually going to be painted metal, which is really that dark brown color. Okay, we don't have anything on the Armor Fast ones. Armor Fast don't have anything extra. Not worried about tools. We'll get those when we get to them. Okay. Let's move this. It's still early. This is a time that most people wake up. All right. I think it's time to check in with the Japanese tanks now. Move these things off to the side. I don't know if that's the turret that goes on every specific one. Each specific one. All right. Now we're going to take the base color, which is, this is going to be watery as hell, so I don't have to get most of this off. All right. And where's the Japanese color set? Here. And we're going to take the khaki. Alternatively, if this is too watery, I could use the Vallejo equivalent and do that with this, but let's just stick with the same color. I'm going to use a napkin. The paper towel seems to work a lot better than this. Just softens the lines on this a little bit. Makes it more lived in, like it wasn't painted yesterday. Still a little wet down there in the bottom, but that's where they poop. That's where they poop and pee. Now, I didn't drill out the barrel of this thing. I think there's a metal rod running through it. I don't think it would do well trying to drill and I encounter that rod, so I'm going to leave that alone. That's a conscious decision doing that. It's not going to look like I really did that much, but it does make a difference. Now, the one conscious decision I am going to make when I do the basing for the Japanese troops, they're going to look more jungly than they are beachy. Okay, so we're not going to do desert rat or Africa cord type of basing on them. And that also dulled down some of the wash. That's not like so shiny. So just by doing that, it already looks better. All right, it's purple drink time. I don't really know what color the tracks are on the Japanese tanks. I have a feeling that they're not rubber. I have a feeling they don't have rubber on the tracks, but I honestly don't know. These are all metal. These on the Chiha are all metal. Okay. See, if I do my imaginations, I can get one of these. Japanese half track. And I could even get one of these, like a real Japanese tank. Even though they're only used on the home islands. Well, what's to make you think that this island isn't one of the home islands? Huh? Chinu. This is actually a decent looking tank. Yeah, it looks like they're all metal. So, that being the case, we're going to paint that as well. There's no rubber on these. I'm pretty sure those are no rubber. Do these have rubber? Honey. Yes. Yes, they do have rubber. I mean, this thing looks good. I know it's just a War Thunder thing, but that's a good looking tank. Good looking tank. You fuck up now! Alright. And the return rollers have rubber on them. Jeez. No. Maybe. Yep. Okay. All right. Where's the black thing at? Let's knock that out. All right. Might as well get this machine gun. No coaxial on this on the Hoggo. if I get these two completed and encounter any Japanese vehicles next weekend, I already have some to work on. But the main reason, the big advantage of doing the imagination thing for the Pacific Island, Pacific but not too specific, is that I can use Marines. As the American foot pounders, I can use Marines. And not have to fight on this atoll that is excruciatingly outnumbered. It's not to paint these tanks pink. Basically allows me the freedom of, some of you guys that play Flames of War and or Bolt Action. Okay, that side's done. At least with the rubber parts. And I actually have a gun crew I could use for this. So I bet I could use the gun crew from the 70 millimeter. And they're decent looking figures. They look better than the vehicle. The vehicle actually will actually look okay when we're done. I'm seeing it now. I'm like, all right. This thing will look okay. Okay. Whole machine gun. All right, now we'll do the tracks. One of the most useful colors, I use this color all the time. German camouflage black brown. Used to be SS camo black. Pretty sure one of the P dot patterns of it. One of them is in this color. That's why it's called that. How's everybody doing? Still hanging out? Yeah, I'm gonna do some searching for the nicknames. Just figure out what company I'm gonna do them with. There's a pair of D's and an F, so they're probably not gonna be D or F. Let me do something a little bit different. Let's add a little bit of black to this. Be right back. You left it. You took everybody with you. What? Here we're gonna have to paint. Let's put something on the corner there. A little camo net or something that. Again, it's like you either use it or you don't use it. It is one of my favorite looking tanks is the Hago. And it is a piece of shit. But it has some really interesting lines. It's really interesting looking. And it's interesting looking, I think, in a attractive way. I mean, yes, it's all rickety and stuff, but it's good rickety. I think what I might do is I might do a compromise. I might take that Zoom call, but then continue painting. So in other words, I mean, not on this show, but I don't want to waste an hour and a half not painting. It's like I want to see what this things look like. All right, this calls for a new one of these. Not like I don't have a metric ton of these. Dark tone. We will need a little bit of water. don't care if it's a little dirty. I've been chatting with number 3 daughter and her kids. Got a result. She brings me a load of plastic drinking straws tomorrow. Single-use plastic is banned here now. Well, they just got to make paper straws better. I'm fine with making paper things, I think, and I'm not a save the earth kind of person on any stretch of the imagination, okay? But I don't want our earth to look like a trash dump. I don't want to be wasteful just for the sake of wastefulness. But let's do some real things. Like, okay, let's do some useful things like phone chargers. Why can't all phone chargers be mandated to have the same connection? So when you get another phone, you don't have to throw away the charger. Why does everything you buy come with so much damn packaging where it just adds to the landfill? We don't care about the freaking outside of the packaging. Like, cut down on that. There's certainly smart things you can do. Why can't they make every traffic light synchronized? Like, oh, you want to save the earth, better fuel, man? Okay, well, start with that. It keeps people from like going on having a tirade too. Nope, can't do that. That's this town. They can't synchronize the traffic lights, but they want to take 4-lane roads, turn them into 2-lane roads. So it's so difficult to go through there, so people have to take the bus. It's America. We're not going to take the fucking bus. All right. We're not taking the bus. Paper straw, my wife hates them because they don't work. So she's got some rubber straws that she reuses. I personally don't need straws. It makes it difficult for me to get the ice and chomp on it. Yep, I'm that guy. I don't need straws. You take some leftist place like Starbucks. It's supposedly a leftist place, right? They give you this cup that's totally reusable for a couple of times, for sure, until it gets weak and you spill it on yourself. But I reuse their cups. And I'll get one of those cups. Dinesh, welcome. I'll get one of those cups, and they always ask me, do you want a straw with that? Like, no, you guys, and I literally tell the hippie girl working there, I said, no, because that's bad for the environment, and you guys created a drink where you don't need a straw. Like, why would you be wasteful of that, Okay, somebody's a little too excited. How come I've missed all these comments? Ben, I missed all your comments. I just saw them now when I banned this guy for like saying over and over and over thing. Oh my God. Oh, no, I didn't. My bad. I made a mistake thinking I made a mistake. I need them for crafting, Tony. Can't find any proper paper ones. Yeah, well, we'll send you some. We'll send you a care package. You guys want any guns while we're at it? What's in the shipment? Guns and paper straw and plastic straws. On the way to England. Oh, man. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. Don't come in here and have me babysit you, though. I mean, I appreciate you're excited to come on and to say something on the channel, but don't be handicapped. Nice. This thing's going to look okay. It's going to look all right. And again, I didn't take pictures of them before. I just want to show you guys, man. Just put some effort in the stuff you have. I'm not saying you don't, but you can make some of these things look like treasures if you just put some TLC in it. What's this thing? Honey, honey, I'm home. That's some kind of muffler or something like that. So that's going to be all Rastafarian. Paul Howard. What I don't understand is why there's no recycled plastic lumber industry. It seems like there should be. You know, and there's some things that don't make any sense, all right? Like, I have heard rumors. I have heard rumors that the stuff that we put in for the recycle doesn't really get recycled. Like, somebody needs to die if that's the case. Like, we need, there's no way that's, we're all like, because it's stupid to be wasteful. Why can't you recycle stuff like styrofoam, like that annoying freaking styrofoam stuff? There's way too much packaging. Way too much wasted packaging. Whether it's something you buy at the grocery store. I went to that hobby store in Canada, and those Canadian guys, I was like, all right, can I get a bag for this? I bought like stuff I have to juggle. No, bags are illegal here. I doubt it. Like, just give me a plastic bag, something, whatever. Help me carry it out to the car. I don't care. That's why I told him, I said, man, we got way too much government in America, and you guys definitely have way too much. They didn't like that. Oh, I spoke ill of the government. Yes, I'll speak ill of every government if they're being incompetent. And corporations if they're being greedy. And I don't understand why we just can't take all the garbage and like throw it in a volcano or something like that. Throw it in an active volcano, right? Melt it down. It all comes from the earth, right? It's not like, oh, this plastic, oh, yeah, this comes from this special stuff that comes from from Neptune or something like that. That doesn't belong here. By the way, I like the color of that pea. Like a little bit, just a little bit of aqua. Makes you want to put some of that aqua color on this tank. No, not quite yet. I'm all for plastic straws. I mean, for paper straws. But they need to work. Otherwise, why even do them at all? I personally can do without straws. I don't need them. I need a lid more than I need a straw. I could do without lids too. All right. Crazy amount of stuff here they won't recycle in normal collections. Yeah, exactly. There's like super picky, like mandating the wrong stuff. I'm all for saving resources. Like I said, this phone charger thing is ridiculous. Like, and it's better now than it used to be. It used to be everything uses a different charger. And it's like, okay, I don't have that phone anymore. What do I do with this charger? Throw it away, keep it. Most people just keep it. You know, you got a mess on your hands. Just it's a waste of resources. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go tinkle, and we'll need to get a refresher. Well, here's an idea. Why don't they do a no kings protest in a country that actually has a king? Like in Britain. Okay. Let's do a little bit more around here. There we go. What do you think, Barnes? Stupid that I went to doing Pacific stuff? Not too specific Pacific? I wish I could do it for more things. I mean, I could do it if I did like Victorian stuff. You know, if I get Victorian stuff, you know, I could do. I'd be more likely to make things up. You know. But I can't just, you know, make up names of British World War II cruisers or something like that. And play a naval war game, you know, something that would be sacrilege. But, you know, I could have, you know, a British gunboat Ganymede or something like that that's, I don't know, just some periods just more specific to, more likely to be able to just make shit up. Do it how I want. All right. You trust me? I feel like I try to put some thought into it, so I just don't haphazardly do things. Yeah. Hopefully we can inspire you guys along the way. Not to do it this way, but, you know. I mean, a Hago is a piece of shit, but man, it's got some cool angles. I know cool angles don't win wars. I know, but it makes you want to look at it. Trump ordered the January 6th riots. That's a monarchist insurrection, more or less. Yeah. I don't believe anything anymore. People say there's 2 ways to look at something. There's probably 17 different ways to look at something. If those really were right-wing protesters, why were none of them armed? I mean, it's a good thing they weren't. And I'm always against protesters that destroy property. Always. I don't give a shit what their I don't give a shit what their agenda is. You know, we have a right to do whatever. Oh, okay, that's cool. Or they carry a communist banner. Go fuck yourself. You know, the Vallejo guys were protesting, right? The Vallejo guys were protesting, I don't know, several months ago about not getting paid, working conditions. That's cool. I don't want people to work in some factory where their life is at risk or whatever, and the ceiling is falling down or low wages or something like that. But don't march with a fucking socialist commie fucking banner and make me want to give a shit about you. Because I don't. Well, that's how you have to do it over there. I said, well, then that's... Protesters always find a way to make it look like they lose my interest. They always lose my support by how they do shit. Always. Back from the errands. Welcome back. Just in time for the riots. It always seemed to do shit the wrong way. Man, they shouldn't have beat this guy up. All right, cool. I agree with you. Why are you burning fucking houses down? What's that have to do with anything? You know, if you protest beating somebody up and you're going to destroy somebody's property, at least go to the house of the guy that beat him up, burn his house down, right? Not like, dude, these people didn't have anything to do with it. Why are you going to, you know, why are you like why are you destroying your own village? I just hope the LA protests don't migrate to West Hollywood this weekend. We've had them before. I think you're far enough away. And it seems to me, I haven't looked into it deep enough, but it seems to me, you know, the media always twists things however they want to fit their agenda. I don't care left, right, whatever. Just tell me the freaking news, right? That's why I don't watch the news, because it's all manipulated. It seems like those ice things aren't as big as we think they are. It's almost like you just showing. It's like, okay, I got a friend of mine who's, speaking of soccer, who's a soccer fan. So Tampa has this soccer team, and he is like their biggest fan. I mean, he's dressed up in all the get up. He's got the big fucking glasses. He's way over the top. And they show this picture. Man, there's a lot of people in this crowd, right? They only show a tiny little sliver. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that. And it's like, here's the problem with the media. Thank you, Howard. You just got to be honest. Just look, we're grown up. We all pay taxes. I've lived on this earth half a century. I've seen stuff. I'm not a conspiracy person, but you also have to be honest. Show the whole picture. When you interview people, here's people that are for this issue that are protesting. Here's counter protesters. How many people are there? Right? Not because it's our idea that everything's split 50-50, and that isn't the case. There could be 1 million people that are for abortion rights, just to say something, and then 2 that are against abortion rights. Like, you need to quantify that, or because every time you think, it's like there's one issue that you probably are more likely to be inclined to believe more than the other, but they're painted like there's exact same number. Like, that's important. That needs to be quantified. They don't do that. You have to get it equal, Who's that guy that was running for president with a freaking boot on his head? Emperor Vermin or whatever? Whatever his name is. Like, you're interviewing him. Okay, you got him and his 3 followers, right? Okay, so you need to quantify that. They don't do that. It's not sensational enough. And you just create apathy. Like, I'm completely apathetic. I don't give a fuck what happens in any news. I don't give a shit. Because it's happened too many times. They've cried wolf. Cried wolf way too many times. You make a big deal out of everything, so when there is a big deal, we're like, I know this might seem off topic, but I've recently had Hollywood filming techniques using models pop up on YouTube. They're amazing. Why is that off topic? That's spot on. Were you on when I said that if I had to spend 3 weeks in California, I'd track down that guy? Well, I don't know. That sounds like I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. No, the best YouTuber out there is the guy that does the diecast thing. He's in California somewhere, in Orange County or something like that. That guy's super brilliantly talented. And and if you lived in Florida instead of California, I'd be like calling him up, hey dude, I'll paint some of this stuff for you, like buildings and people or whatever, and we'll knock your thing up. Like, I don't want to do any of the filming. He's got that shit down in the editing, but I would volunteer to do shit for him for free. Because this channel is amazing. And it's not something I'm into. I mean, it kind of is, That's a job for me. That guy's amazing. 3D bot maker. Incredible. Easily the best channel out there. It's exhausting, the amount of work that creates. And the quality is just incredible. It's incredible. And it's amusing as shit. It is just totally amusing. I would love to be involved in that somehow. I don't know the guy. Hopefully he's a nice guy. But he claims that he started this with his kid. He wanted to do real races announced, Except for the time pressure thing. Yeah, I can't deal with the time pressure. I can't deal with the time pressure. It's my job is too demanding. If I would, work for the government or, I was like, oh, whatever, dude. Yeah, then maybe. I don't mind working on this stuff for a long time, but I don't want to be like, gotta get this done, gotta get this done. You know, I don't want to be. I don't need to be medicated. But that's why I do this first thing in the morning. We're having a good day. Today is a good day. I'm glad I woke up today. That's how you know it's a weekend. And so much of what happens in life, so much what happens in life isn't, for me, what's exhausting is the moments. Like, for instance, I frequently do laundry here for everybody, right? I don't mind doing it. I did it when I was alone. It's not a big deal. I am not the best folder in the house, okay? I'm not the one that folds the best. That would be the wife, especially if it's a fitted sheet. But, I'll put the laundry in, now that I figured out what kind of flavor she like, because she'll change the flavors. No, now we use this for this and we use this for that. All right, that's fine. Show me where the stuff is. Right, we'll get that. Flavors like, detergent, whatever. So, I know where all my stuff is supposed to go when it comes out. There's some of her things, I don't know where the fuck they go. So, it's like, I don't, and your brain is just like, it's running out of lubrication. You're like, I don't know what to do next. And like, you went and did that issue that you had in California. That would be overwhelming for me because it would be 99%. I don't know what I'm going to do next moments. And I consider myself more intelligent than the average person. I know that doesn't mean anything. And every day it means less. But it's exhausting to think I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I don't know where this goes. I don't know where. So like I like to do the easy shit, right? So you spend 2 hours working on stuff. Like if you had to clean the garage, there's some things I don't know where they go. Fucking just put away what you do, and then eventually you're left with the choices that's all you're left with. And so many things in life I feel are that way, and you got to find ways to like not lose the momentum. Keep going, keep going. All right, we know where this goes. We know where this goes. Good, this goes, and then you worry about the rest of the stuff. But this whole like cogitation, I don't know what to do now. I don't know how to move forward. That's exhausting, man. Is chili con carne a rice thing in the U.S.? Chili con carne. I don't know. You do laundry. I'm the best folder. You are. Do you sit down to pee? But I simply put the folded stacks on the end of the bed, and my wife and daughter get to put it away. No, I don't cook at all. Period. I mean, if cooking was involved, I mean, I can make a mean salad. That's very Texas. So is chili and cornbread. So, what? Shit. I don't want to go on the Zoom call. I'm not doing the Zoom call. I'm hanging out with you guys. How about that? All in favor? Stay on here. I don't want to do the Zoom call. No, it's not a work Zoom call. Luckily, work hasn't interfered with my home life yet. I was on the fence anyways. Those 135th scale tank modelers look down on us 172nd guys anyways. Yeah, so when those protesters supposedly, I'm gonna say supposedly because we don't really know what's going on, you know? As I like to say, dude, if you don't know what's going on, just say you don't know what's going on, not make up a fucking story, right? You know, when those protesters stormed the Capitol, whether they were whatever, whether it was legitimate, whether somebody put them up to them, whether they're paid actors, whether it's, whatever. I was hoping it's like, man, it sure would be nice if they, got rid of a couple people in government that caused problems, and then the government can come in there and mow them down. Then they can mow down mow down the vandals. But I don't want them vandalizing the Capitol. I mean, that's not cool. I'm just getting rolling again. Got to make progress on this batch of DAC. We'll send you a Facebook picture of my work desk. I primed all those DAC guys and those Eighth Army guys, and then I just put them away. So I didn't mess with them. I mean, they're ready to go. They're primed. I shouldn't let that bother me. I just got to keep moving forward. Just got to keep moving forward. Come back to them. I mean, the Airfix, those Airfix East why do I want to call them East Africa? 8th Army Airfix guys. What's in this purple drink? The 8th Army guys I painted, both the Airfix ones and the ones you gave me, I think are some of the best painted figures I've ever painted. And a lot of it has to do with the basing, too. And a lot of it has to do with these aren't going to be any good. They're plastic figures. Oh, joke's on me. Now, I'm still skeptical of whether or not they're going to be durable and handling. I'm really worried about that. But look good they do. The other thing about the Zoom call I hate doing is I don't set it up, but I join, then they can't hear me on the microphone, then I got to do all this theatrics. And I don't do it enough to become good at it. Lunch finished, maybe a tad too much sweet chili for my taste. Sweet chili crunch. That's good stuff. All kinds of rivets and angles and all kinds of stuff. You got to sweat on now. Yeah, make sure you're wearing proper deodorant. So apparently for the Japanese, those little amphibious tanks, this guy was saying is, they were actually part of the Navy. So they would not have been painted like this. They would have been painted like navy gray, like those commies. Which that's a shame because that's a really attractive tank. Well, it's unique looking. I guess you're not going to give me any grief about doing in the Pacific stuff, huh? I didn't expect that you would. The Pacific, but not too specific Pacific. It's a long ways back, but do you remember the colors that you used for your hills for TBA? I think I might have been one of the Flames of War recipes. Yes. Which hills? I'm pretty sure I used. This is why I didn't do the Zoom call. I'd rather hang out with you guys. All right, let me pull one of them out. Of course, you're not going to be able to get the colors in the UK, and that's assuming that they still make them here. But we can do a close approximation. So let me find my terrain. Is it up there? It's not outside. Let me look again. I think I was looking but not looking. No. 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 Okay, if it's not there, it's gotta be, and it's not here. And I hope it's not in the garage. That would be bad. That would be bad because we have no temperature control up there. So it's got to be above here where all the armies are. No, they're in a plastic box. I don't see it up there. All right. I'll do you one better. Let's go on my channel and let's go to home. No, here. Playlists. Painting, modeling. Okay, here's my first video. How to improve your... I gotta listen to a commercial I didn't pick. I certainly wouldn't pick a LinkedIn thing. Okay, let's find a hill. Terrain, materials. Liquitex is no longer available. Okay, if you're talking like a hill like... You're talking about like that hill right there? The difficult ones in particular. Okay. 3 layers of dry brushing. They're not Vallejo paints. They are... I'm pretty sure I used colors that are equivalent to the triad. And the triad is chocolate brown. So in other words, everything I was basing everything on chocolate brown. ¿Dónde está el otro? It is U.S. Field Drab and Iraqi Sand. Okay, so that's the... Let's kill this. Okay, this triad of colors. So we paint everything this, then dry brush a little bit that, then dry brush this, add a little bit of white to it. And I did that with these colors, with the craft paints, which you won't have folk art out there, right? So you do something like, do something pretty dark for the shadows, something like this. Pick the whole damn thing this color, the whole damn thing, and then come in with the rest of the damn thing in this color, right? And then do a highlight with something that has a little, that's kind of creamy. You don't want something that's very this. You want to use something that's a little bit more like that, and then you could always add a little bit more white to pick that stuff out. But that's how those hills are done. So use whatever your equivalent is. This is deco art, but this is also open. Like, we better seal that bitch. All right. Yeah, those are done in the triad. Because at that time, everything was being based the same way. Excelente! Yep, that's what I'm here for. Seriously, I don't want to keep all this shit. What am I going to do? Take this shit to the grave? My wife don't care about this stuff. I don't care what color you paint things. She doesn't sound like that. I wouldn't put up with that. She wouldn't put up with me. If she sounded like that, I'd probably sound like... Bitchy Karen, Lazy Susan. Oh, you lazy Susan, bitchy Karen. Now, tonight, I'm probably not going to have a show tonight. And I mean tonight like, my tonight. I got somewhere I got to go. Got to go to the moms. She's like, oh, the girls are not in. We should do something for Father's Day. I said, no, I want my Father's Day present to be do whatever the hell I want. So I'll get together with you tonight, or we can, play dominoes or whatever we're going to do. Like the husband from Keeping Up Appearances. I don't know what that one is. Is that a good show to watch? I'm going to say this again, and I say this a lot. These might be my favorite ones. I know, I say that every time. I don't know, I feel like it's good that your favorite thing is the one you painted last. And this is a crappy casting, but we'll do all right. I was in bed this morning and I busted out laughing. I go to my phone, go to the Google, immediately get news, and there's this newscast that caught my attention. It was on some channel, and they had this. It was about the air crash, and this one guy's playing, Monday night, Tuesday morning quarterbacking or whatever, figuring out what the thing is. And he was an Australian guy. He was giving an answer or whatever. And one of the commenters didn't like it. This typical kangaroo answer. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's hilarious. Typical kangaroo answer. Oh, man. I'm really surprised how many people actually make nasty comments to people that they never met and just keep it going. Like, they got to get the last word in. I'm like, you're never going to meet any of these people. Like, why are you so nasty to these folks you're never going to meet? Be nasty to people you can meet. Be nasty to people you can actually punch in the face. 1 foot in the grave. I'm surprised that neither the daughter or the wife cared for Hello Hello. I thought it was... Now, the quality is very grainy. I thought it was really funny. I thought it was really funny. And I haven't watched more of them because I don't have anybody to watch it with. Invite Mitch over and we'll do Hello Hello tonight. He would like it. He may have seen it already. But I like that kind of humor. You know? Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised nobody liked it. Now, it is grainy as all get out. You know? It's not even 240p. But that's how programming used to be. The problem is the human body gets used to it. Like, it's got to be 4K or it just looks like shit, you know? Okay. Oh. More details. Of course, we don't know shit about the markings on that thing. We definitely have to stop at 11 because I got to eat. So, the hard stop at 11. But that's still 45 minutes away. All right. So at this point, we start doing weathering stuff. So we'd like to have the markings on there before we do the weathering. We don't have to worry about putting decals on this thing. I don't have any decals. Oh, you sent me something. Let's see what you got here. Storm of Steel has some Malaya thing. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out later. Your thing is an opening, man. I don't know what this extension is on it. It says dak.heic, and it's a small file. I didn't mean to love it. How can I love something if I don't open it? Tap to remove. Yeah, I can't see that. It's not letting me open it. I know there's pictures I've seen of somebody that made some Pacific trees. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to order any palm trees until until I make some other trees that aren't Western European ones and they aren't the palm tree ones. Cuz you can't have a whole board that's just palm trees and that's all you have. I mean, there's got to be some other jungle-like stuff, you know. So I'm gonna do a little bit of research. It's out there. The information is out there. Probably something with rubberized horsehair, or scouring pads for those of us here in the U.S. Trying again. Okay. Okay. This is a PDF. What are we gonna open this with? Couldn't load object. What are you sending me with? It's like open with. Why do you only have Google Wallet? That's not going to open with Google Wallet. Reddit? You don't use Reddit to open things. What's this? Just once. Nope. Can't open it. I don't know why it's not letting me open this. I don't know. I don't know. It says the ending is PDF, so I don't know. Just take a picture. All right. Japanese. Okay, so they seem to have like this little rising sun symbol on it, which I'm all for doing. Here, I'm just going to totally go with what looks good. I mean, this one looks really good. From these bolt, I don't like Bolt Action as a game, but they've got some good painters on there. That looks great. That looks great. And then this one seems to have a white circle, and then a little flag down there. I'm all for the flag being on there. They make AK makes a book on Japanese vehicles. I'm not going to spend 30 something bucks on that. That's not too smart. I don't know. I might have to think on this. I might have to sleep on this one. I might have to sleep on this one. I didn't think I was going to be able to get this far as it was. Now, that's probably rusty as shit there on the back. Let's go ahead and paint that rusty stuff. Where's the black at? Ugh. Hopefully they're not out of the folk art black, because the folk art is the one that's really good. Been really happy with that. And we need orange. Or this color. Well, that's light orange. Or this one. Orange brown. Yeah, it's friggin' orange. What about Mr. Hago? Well, this thing, of course. Which Japanese tanks are doing? There we go. I did Japanese tanks. You had to show up for that. We are doing a Hago. These are both really crappy quality, but they'll look okay. A Hago, and this is a Honi. So this is just a standard Type 95 Hago, and the Honi is a 75 millimeter gun on a Chiha chassis. And we're gonna build these for a fake Japanese island, a Japanese held island. Actually, if it's fake, it could be contested, you know? I just don't want to do a real one because then I'm limited by what was already there. Like I said, I think the Americans should be Marines. I should have the option of doing Marines. That's the problem with doing the Philippines. There's no Marines on Philippines. But we're not going to have, you know, like Australians and Marines fighting side by side along with some Indian troops. Like, what are you doing here? I don't know. We just showed up on this island. Yeah, a show by itself. You have some hillbilly and an Indian guy trying to have a conversation with each other. Yeah, nothing absurd. Like, we don't want to do pink tanks. We're not going to have, this isn't Tales of the Gold Monkey where you got, some panther that just happens to be there. No. This is, but it's like, I might find a model of like a KK tankette. I don't want to have to look and like, okay, they didn't use any on the Philippines, or so I can't use it even though I just got it. Have I come up with the island? Put me in, coach. Put me in. No, not yet. Not yet. Don't steal my thunder. I'll come up with a good one. And the point is not to be stupid. The point is to be something where I've got some, I can use this P-40 on a runway and the Japanese are attacking it. Just something that you can use the stuff that I have with. Not like, that never happened to any of them. Like the P-47s, I can build them and just make a make-up squadron. I actually need to find out how to make that thing flying. That might be all right. Make a flight stand and it come in and strafing or whatever. Like everybody dies. So the point is to have some fun with it, but it's not to a level of imaginations. And then it's going to force me to. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to do European stuff. I'm just saying that I want to get Japanese. I want to get Japanese shit. That's what I want to go to the show next week and get Japanese stuff. So hopefully they'll have some at a good price, because I'm not buying $12 Chiha from Airfix. Like, I'm not paying that kind of money for that. Like, that's not worth it, right? I could just get Chad to 3D print stuff for me if it comes down to that. But that's going to force me to build some jungle terrain, and forcing me to build jungle terrain allows me to do other areas that might also use jungle terrain. I'll leave that at that. So. But this house, man. I mean, I'm ready to do a whole damn Italian village. I don't own them though, so I mean that's like, okay, well we're not going to buy that. But I did this in an evening. I've had this thing for over 25 years. So. How you doing, man? Which show? There's a model show in about 2 hours away from me that is next weekend. So it's an opportunity to buy shit that people have overbought and want to get rid of. I don't care that it's the latest and the greatest kit. I'm not interested in that. I just don't want to spend a lot of dough on them. It might even pick up something modern. Just depends. Just depends if it's there. But I got lots of really cool Japanese stuff to paint. I've never done anything with it. It's like an opportunity to learn about something different. And then I'm not so worried about like, oh, let's find out exactly what the markings are of this. Like, okay, let's just do something reasonable. And we're not even close to being done with this thing, with these two little guys. I'm thinking of throwing in the towel with this paint, though. It's just so difficult to work with. It's the red-brown that's significantly different. Let's do this. Let's do this. It's like I don't remember from memory. It's just too damn watery. Vallejo, Japanese, tank, colors. Not Vallejo Air. Those were I'm sure those are watery as shit too. Well, here's the back of this packaging. This is pretty interesting. The green is called Midori Iro, used for disruptive schemes, early IJA 137, 1937 to 42. I'm not going to do the yellow on this Hago. Figure it's a later war one when they didn't use that. Man, I wonder where the hell I got the colors from. I didn't just invent them. I don't think it was a video that I watched on it. Let's go all. Let's not do that just yet. Let's it's the brown that we need the most help. That needs the most help. So let's come over here. Did I put them away? I put them away. Yeah, it's this set, and I like ammo MIG stuff. It's just too damn watery. It's just too damn watery to mess with. I remember a well-known YouTuber doing a lot of jungle terrain for Burma Build. Good Lord, taking advantage of other people's bad decisions. Yeah. Yep. I think this is going to get me where I need to be. Not everywhere, just in certain. The problem is the khaki and this color are almost the same. Sometimes you have to go with. So damn watery. Well, this is already looking better. It's not the color, it's the thinness of it. Because we're still going to have the weather on top of this. I think this is going to take us where we need to go. You had a bit of a mare buying wrong palm trees. Yeah, so I've got 4 sets on Amazon in my shopping list, and I was ready to pull the trigger on them, and I decided not to do that because I didn't want to have something that I purchased that I didn't do anything with. So the time will come. I'm pretty comfortable about returning things with Amazon. I'm pretty good about it too. Like, I haven't been stuck with anything. Pretty diligent about getting my money back. Just to do a comparison of, what's good and what's not. But I think I need to solve regular jungle trees before I solve the palm trees. There's a lot of palm tree options. I think the regular jungle trees, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of searching to find out exactly what I'm happy with. Oh, we didn't do this. Okay, and then the khaki color. Is damn near the same color. It's about not to be. What? What are you doing? Whatever I want. Let's try this. Oh no, we're not going to have to lighten this up. We're good. I'm going to leave the running gear alone. It's dirtier down there anyways. I definitely paint this in a way that maybe other people don't do, so whatever that means. I know if the colors don't pop now, they're certainly not going to pop when you end up dry brushing everything with the same damn color. It's going to even things out. And if it's already kind of even anyways, I'm not going to be happy with the results. Oh. Hey, are the rules in Flames of War as much of an improvement over Games Workshop as Bolt Action? I don't know. I don't know. I've never played Bolt Action. I've seen it played. I played Flames of War and it left me empty. But I'm super anal retentive about rules. I like Flames of War website. And both of those create new versions of the rules. You know, they're like, oh, people aren't buying enough of our stuff. Let's create a new version. I don't know if that's first and foremost in their thought process, but it is part of the thought process. And I could say that the rule set I used pulled the same stunt, but I guess technically it's my fault because he watched one of my videos and goes, oh, I've been thinking about publishing the second version of it. You gave me the catalyst for it. I'm like, great. And then, oh, it doesn't use percentiles, just D10. I don't know if I'm going to like this. Well, you know what? I can still play the first version because I have it and I'm going to play it however I want to. But I'm going to attempt to play his new version. Because I think the morale could be simplified. And there's no stats for Japanese stuff, or Italians, doesn't really matter. That stuff is all stuff you can figure out, especially when an example of everything else has been used. The beauty about this is all this is point blank range. So you just look at the maximum penetration value of a vehicle, and that's what it can do. All right, how does this look? It looks pretty close. The red brown is significantly different. I actually like this red brown better. I can always change that later if I don't like that. Okay, that improved it quite a bit. Let's do the same thing with this khaki color. Whoa, Nelly. I've heard horrible things about the vehicle rules in bolt action, whether or not they're true or not. But those rules really aren't made for grognards, and I'm definitely a World War II grognard. There's no doubt about it. One of my big gripes with the rules, though, is the codex mentality. Like, oh, well, you gotta wait until this comes out, and then we'll have special rules for this. We'll have I don't really like rules that do stuff like that. Like, okay, you don't have the. I take it takes some time to do it, so get all the details together and then put it out. No. Now the basing color for my Japanese, I'm probably going to do something like this. Now this is the color I use for the Indians. So it's like a red clay type color. I think this is what I'm going to use for them. And obviously with jungle plants. So I'm going to make them more jungly. They're not going to be islandy. They're not going to be island nips. They're going to be jungle nips. All right. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Who is it that has the tagline, play the period, not the rules? Is that Two Fat Lardies that does that? I think that's the tagline. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be really concerned about how this is going to look if I didn't have 200 vehicles that I was really happy with, how they turned out behind me. Now, I'm going to get a Coke. This calls for a Coke. I haven't had a Coke yet. And then we're going to put some markings on both of these vehicles. Then we're going to do the dry brush. Then we're going to do the drippings, and they're going to look excellent. Or I'm going to be really happy with them. Let's put it that way. Yeah, no, the advantage of the Japanese island is I can, like build a Japanese plane and like put it on a runway. And the mission is maybe to take it out or something like that. Well, it didn't happen on such and such an island. We don't have to worry about it. It's not like I'm going to put a Pershing on there and it has to take the runway. It's like reasonable things that were there that could have happened. If I don't have that attitude, then I'll never come across the Hasegawa like fuel truck and dump truck. Remember they make those little Japanese things, whatever the hell they are? Toyotas? They're probably Toyotas. I'd have to worry about, like, did they ever use them behind the scenes? No, I come across them, they're going to be a couple bucks, I'm going to pick them up. Do some cool stuff with them. The more I look at that Italian house, the more I like it. Excuse me. Yeah, anything can happen that's reasonable. I mean, I know enough about World War II. I'm not going to come up with something that's stupid, right? So, yeah. And I would like an island that's like Luzon. Okay? And I'm not talking about, oh, you mean your fake Beto? No. Luzon. Or New Guinea, right? It's an island, but it's freaking huge. Like, you can get away from naval gunfire. And that's where we're going to fight. I'm not fighting on the beaches where you're getting shelled by, 16-inch guns. Falconek! Yeah, it was kind of an attack. I'm sorry about that. I wasn't expecting it either. Falconek! I'm gonna save this paint job if I'm not happy with those colors. All right. First of all, I want to put one of those red suns on the side of here. I do. I want to. So it is on a white background. So we do the white background first. I'm going to do something I never do, and I may never do it again. I'm going to use a pre-mixed gray instead of taking white and putting black and making my own gray. I don't know if I can live with myself. We'll see if I can. Yeah, that's the whole point. Not to build some tiny little chintzy dick little island. You know, a man's island. All right, I'm going to do something I've never done before in this scale. We're going to find a brush that hopefully the back of it is kind of round. And we're going to dip this and we're going to put a round thing on there. What? Yep. That's what we're going to do. So at least you can get close to being round. I get a fatter brush than that. That's not. Need a bigger ass on that brush. Should work in theory. Well, that's fucking perfect circle. Except it's not big enough. That one's better. Maybe we can just enlarge it. That's the other thing is I go to the Pacific, I start doing stuff I've never done before. That's some empowering shit. Okay, that's about right. That was really close to being round. Still something special about actual historical refund on Memorial Day or something. Yeah. So like a fictional Hainan sized deal or a bit scaled down from that. Hainan. Which island is Hainan? Formosa? Yeah, something of landmass where, you could put tanks on there. I mean, we don't want a tank fight, but, I don't want a Japanese tank stuck in a freaking, in a pit, Hainan. What does that sound familiar? Oh, is that cute little island? Yeah, something like that. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Like a Mindanao. Isn't did I say Luzon when I meant Mindanao? The big island where Manila's on. Is that not Luzon? Hey, I don't have a Filipino girlfriend. I'm allowed to make those mistakes. I just can't make those mistakes with Spain. Let's see. I meant no. Yeah, Mindanao's good. Mindanao, Luzon, right? Mindanao was really, you can't do Mindanao because Mindanao is like really like jagged and shit. Mindanao had one of the largest crocs ever. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Well, there's one of those battles that, like in Burma or whatever, like the Japanese guy attacked by a bunch of crocodiles. Floating. Probably 44. Not floating. Floating because Marcus gave me some early Americans. Early American squad. They'll be in there. They could be in there. No, I think that's the way to go. I think that's the way to go. The problem with making it too early is if I do any Japanese aircraft early war are god awfully ugly. God awfully ugly. I came across this article about the Japanese forces that invaded the Philippines in 1941/42 and the aircraft they used. And their aircraft I've never heard of in my entire life. An An. I'm like, what the hell is an An? I looked it up. I'm like, oh my God, that's an ugly ass plane. Like, can it even fly? Okay. Roll. Let's do something ballsy. And I feel like I want to be a little adventurous. Well, that didn't work. It didn't work, so try it again. That didn't work. Okay. No, we'll just go back to painting them by hand. It's not like I can't figure that out. Yep. I'll put in my summons. I'm gonna put in my I'm quitting my day job request this weekend. I love doing custom markings. I do it on aircraft, but man, some of the Japanese custom markings are really complicated. I came across this guy on one of the Subaru groups or whatever. I have a WRX, and this guy had painted his WRX with decals like one of the air groups, and it was like this arrow was the whole car is silver like mine, but he had this blue graphics with this blue arrow with white trim on the. It looked really freaking cool. And I recognized it immediately, and I sent him a note like, "Oh, I recognize," and I sent him literally search the plane immediately, found it. It was like it was a late markings or whatever. That was pretty cool. Got to get going. I like the An Japanese plane. It's maybe I'm thinking of the wrong plane. Maybe it's not An. There's a couple Japanese planes that are really attractive. An plane Jap. Crap. This? Oh, it's ugly as shit. Okay. It's the landing gear. It's like, oh, you want to put something on the outside of the wheel? Nah, I don't do that. Might still get it though. Hey, show me a model for $4, I'll get it. And like I said, it's not that I'm frugal, but I'm like, I don't need more shit. But I'd like to have it. So if you're gonna have it, if you're gonna give it to me like basically free, okay. And one of the models I bought from was this vendor who had gotten these things from an estate sale, and the guy had 3,200 models that the guy owned that he never built, and they were selling them. I'm like, yeah, I think when you get to 1,000, that's a bit too far. Oh man, that looks good. I guess it could be bigger. We'll go with that for now. Easy, keep it down. All right. Honey markings. No pictures? This guy's got some mark. I think I'm going to have to. I think I'm going to have to look at this a little bit before I go and do something really cool and I'm not happy with it. All right, folks. Well, you said we're going to stop at 11, so we're going to wrap this one up. What brand of thermoplastic are you using now? Thermoplastic. I'm not following you on the Oh, this? Coke? Yeah, I'm going to find out what kind of research we're doing on these things. Maybe I'm just going to take a little bit of a break. I'll be back on. It's still early. I'm going to go have lunch and me back in a few hours. All right, folks. Thanks for stopping by. Oyamaru. Hino de washi? I kept the box. I thought I kept the box. I meant to keep the box. I bought it on eBay, I want to say. Let's see. No, I know I kept the box here. Hino de washi washi. I thought I kept it. Here. Hino de washi oyumaru. This right here. This is the brand. It had this little cat dude on it. Highly recommend it. Freaking work. It throws you off. Clay. The fuck this is clay? I mean, maybe. I mean, you know. Yeah, it came like this. Except mine actually had a clear and a blue. I don't really have a preference. I was reading and they said, oh, this one works better than the other one. I don't think that either one worked any better. Yeah, I would totally recommend this. Like, I wouldn't buy another brand. Like, why? It has this little cat dude or whatever. So, yeah. Good luck with that, man. I've performed some small miracles with it. I mean, I think they're miracles because I was like surprised, but you know. All right, folks. Thanks for stopping by.